If you are a girl, you literally just need to trust your intuition more, and I'm literally about to tell you why. So this happened like a month ago, and I low-key was not gonna speak about it because I felt bad for what happened, but I learned some stuff recently, and now I no longer feel bad at all. At all. Okay, so this is like last end of semester, like around formal time. I was on Snapchat and like this guy like texted me and he was like, "Do you want to go on a date?" And I was kind of like, you know what? Honestly, like my friends are all at work. I really don't have any money to be buying food right now. So yeah, I'm just gonna go on this date. And I'm gonna get food because I'm hungry, like let me eat. Anyways, this guy shows up to my apartment. He's really nice, really sweet. He opens the door for me. He like hugs me, like low key, like kind of like the hug was a little bit of a red flag, but I'm also like just not a hugger. So we go on this date. He's really nice. He pays for my food and just like a regular date. We have a good time. Everything's nice. And I'm kind of like, wait, like he's actually kind of funny. He's kind of funny. I don't have a date to formal yet. Let me invite him. And anyways, we go back to his apartment and I start feeling like he's going to like me. And I start like freaking out and I tell him this. I'm like, yeah, I know, like I'm like kind of paranoid that you're gonna like drug me. And he's like, no, like I would never. But I think that should have just been me getting out of there. I did not get out of there, y'all. It was like bad. Anyway, so I invite him to my formal, which I invited him before that. I invited him at the date, which I really shouldn't have. I don't know, like I'm literally like defending myself, but it's okay. So I invite him to formal. Hang on. Anyway, so after the day, I go home, I live life. I tell my roommates, I'm like, yeah, I kind of like him, but I don't really know. And my roommates, like, this is how I am with every guy, though. So, like, my roommates were like, oh, like, just give him a chance, like, you never know what will happen. And they meant, like, all good by this. They really did. And I was just like, I don't know. Like, I really just don't like him. Like, he's really just, like, I don't know. He just, like, icks me out, I guess. Like, that should have been another sign. But I was like, no, like, I'm gonna try it. Like, I don't really ever talk to guys. Anyways, so my like restaurant that I used to work at actually closed like the day that we were supposed to have a second date. And so I was like, yeah, like I can't go on a second date with you. Like I'm going to go party with my friends at the restaurant that closed. And he like was honestly really nice about it. Also, when I went home for a weekend and he sent me like a picture of a hair tie. Mind you, we had been talking for like a day and I was like, yeah, that's like not mine. And he like sent me a whole paragraph about like how sorry he was that he thought it was mine, that he never had another girl over, but I was really like, I don't care. But I think that's because I didn't like him. Like if it was someone that I liked, I probably would have cared, but like I just didn't care that it was, but it was like weird. And my friend from home, she was like, yeah, no, like block him. He's like weird. And I was like, well, like maybe I should just give him a chance because I'm a good person. Okay, now this is back to where like so like the restaurant closes, formal's in a couple days. He wants to go on another date, but I'm like, I don't want to be in a room alone with him. I really just don't like him. Like he literally is just aching my soul. Like I remember I literally started like screaming because I get so like not like unreasonably mad, but he just would not stop texting me. Okay, this doesn't sound like an issue, but like it literally was because he would text me and be like, what suit do I need to buy? And I was like, you don't have to buy a suit. Like, you don't even have to go with me. And he was like, no, like, I want to go with you. I want to go with you so bad. And I was like, you don't need to. You don't have to. Like, I don't want you. Like, I low-key, y'all, I almost just told him I was sick. I wish I did, actually. But then this story wouldn't be good. Anyway, so day of formal, he is texting me, blowing up my phone all day again. And I'm, like, just already annoyed because I was trying to put, like, on, like, lashes and they just weren't going on. And I think that was, like, the Lord telling me just, like, you should have dumped him. But he bought a $300 suit. Or, like, he bought, like, a really expensive suit. And I was like, I feel bad. I told him not to buy, but he was like, I need it anyways. And I was like, okay, blah, blah, blah. Anyways, so he shows up to my house, by the way, 30 minutes early. I'm like, bruh. Which that wouldn't have been a problem if I liked him. But he starts, like, annoying me. And he is going up to all my friends and introducing himself. And, like, the thing is, he's not introducing himself to any of the girls. He's only introducing himself to the guys. Which, like, do you think I'm gonna, like, kill you? Like, do you think I'm literally gonna get jealous because you shake a girl's hand? Like, I do not care. But I also don't care about him. Like, that's another thing. Anyways, so I'm, like, I'm like, oh my god, I hate him. Me and my friend, like, are hiding in the bathroom, hiding from my date, because, like, he's so annoying. Her boyfriend got stuck talking to him, luckily. Thank God, because I did not want to talk to him. And he's like, yeah, no, he's weird. Like, that's how my friend's boyfriend was like, yeah, no, he's just weird. And I was like, yeah, he literally is weird. He's so weird. Okay, so other people are noticing. It's been about 5 minutes. My friends are like, Briley, we are so sorry. We should have never told you to bring him. And I was like, yeah. Anyway, so he becomes entertainment. So we go to take photos at the photo place, because that's what you do when you're like, you're taking photos. You're performer, you're always taking photos. And he literally all starts going around to like random groups of people and introducing himself to the guys only. He cuts into conversation and he introduces himself to the men only. I was just like, what the heck? Who, like, what is he? He is literally, like, he was making me so mad. I was running away from him the entire, like, formal, and he did get a photo with me, because he asked. I literally was like, oh, no, of course, he asked for a freaking photo. Anyways, so, I planned. I was like, hey, like, I'm sick, I just want to go home, let's go home, because I did not want him coming out with me, because I was already so, like, PMO'd. I was so angry, because by his presence alone. Anyways, so he, like, comes with us. Or he comes with me walking away, and I'm so mad. He starts, like, trying to touch me, and I'm like, don't touch me. Like, don't touch me. Don't touch me. And this, like, group of girls walk past us, and they're like, okay. And I'm like, yeah. Like, I roll my eyes. I'm like, yeah, I'm fine. Like, I'm about to, like, cuss him out, though. Because I was so done at this point. I was so done. Sorry. I literally, like, get into the story every time. Anyways, so we're walking back to my apartment. We get in there. And I'm like, I just don't like you. He's like, do you want to talk about this, or do you want to, like, do you just want me to leave? I was like, I don't want to talk. I just want you to leave. He ends up staying an hour there. So we're, like, talking, and, like, he tells me, like, all this traumatic stuff, and I'm like, I don't care. I do not care. Like, I literally have only gone on one date with this man. I don't know your favorite color. I don't care. I do not care. You're freaking me out. He gets mad at me because I don't want him touching me. Like, he literally gets so mad at me. And I'm like, oh my, like, calm down. Like, I don't care. Like, I really, like, get out of my face. Like, I grew up with brothers, and I'm not afraid to, like, scream and yell. And so I start acting crazy because that's the only thing I know what to do. One of the crazy things that he told me is that he got his ex-girlfriend pregnant, and then she got an abortion. And literally, I don't know why. I just wanted to rage bait. I was like, you don't believe in a... He got so mad at that. And then he, like, told me that his mom, like, died. And I was like, yes, it's sad, but, like, why are you being crazy over here on me? Like, not the one. Anyway, so I finally get him to leave my apartment after, like, literally, like, an hour of freaking arguing with him. And I just, like, I sit there, because low-key, I was kind of scared, because, like, he wouldn't leave. And he literally told me, he was like, I miss the girl that I met on the first date, Bradley. Boy, we went on one date. What do you mean? What do you mean? As soon as he walked out, I literally locked the door, shut the door, blocked him on everything, because I was like, he was weird. Anyways, my friends, they get back an hour later. So now it's time to get ready to go out. So we get ready to go out, y'all. Y'all, wait for this part. So it takes us like an hour to get ready to go out. And, you know, so by the time we're, like, actually ready to go out, it's been about 2 hours since he's left, okay? And I tell him, by the way, I told him I was just gonna go to bed. I told him I was not over my ex and I was gonna go to bed. I don't have an ex not to be over. I made that up, not gonna lie. I just wanted him out. Like, I wanted him to go. Anyways, so I get an Uber, and I have Uber Plus. This is why I get this Uber. And he, like, hang on. So me and my group of, like, 20 people, we're walking out the door to get to the Uber. And I'm the first one out. I open the door, and guess who I see? Guess who I see sitting in the passenger seat? It is my date. My formal date waited 2 hours outside my apartment to get in my Uber. Like, what? My friends are laughing, giggling. We're all like, what the heck? He starts cussing out our Uber in Spanish. By the way, he's like a white guy. Like, I would have never expected him to know Spanish, but he starts getting out in Spanish, and the Uber kicks him out. My friend recorded the entire interaction, and he literally gets out and flips off the Uber. That really shocked me, really scared me. I low-key will not be going on any more dates for, like, maybe 20 years, because that was real. Like, it was really scary experiencing it. Like, saying it, like, speaking about it, like, you know, it's not as scary, like, it's more fun, but, like, when it was happening, it was terrifying. So trust your intuition, ladies. Love you. Bye.
Okay, story time about the time I had to block this dad the night before I was gonna watch his kid for 2 weeks. Let me explain. Okay, so basically, I was like 16 at the time, and I've always been super reliable when it comes to like work and babysitting. But I had just gotten care.com, and I was just looking for jobs in the area because I was in need for some money, as a 16-year-old is. And this guy reached out to me and was like, hey, this is super last minute, but I need a sitter in like 5 days for my kid for 2 weeks. I'm a pilot, I have an emergency, I have to go do this, blah, 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 blah. And so it was a great price. And so I was like, heck yeah, like, yeah, I'm gonna do that. You know, as a 16-year-old too, I was like, that's a crap ton of money. And so I'm chatting with him, and he's explaining like, okay, we're gonna have to meet and go through the whole routine. He's explaining everything, and I'm like, perfect. And so I meet him at a public place. We meet at Starbucks, and his girlfriend is there, which was so nice to have a woman there too, because I was a little nervous, just like a guy. You have to be very careful. And so they were super, super sweet, great people. We talked about the schedule. It all sounded great money. And then they were like, okay, let's go to your house and you can meet our son and we'll meet your family, you know, just that way my parents, because for 2 weeks, it's a long time. And so they came over. I was 16 years old, you know. And so they came over and they met my family. My family liked them. They seemed really nice. We met the kid. He was really nice. I want to say he was like 10 years old. So, I mean, not too bad, you know. And the dad tells me, okay, tomorrow, come over, come see my house. We'll do grocery shopping, which I don't know why I needed to be there for grocery shopping. I don't know. But do grocery shopping. We'll go through the whole routine. And so I go over the next day, see the house. He's got a dog, so he runs through that, the whole routine of everything. We go grocery shopping. That all went great. Like, it was a nice house, clean, the dog was great, like everything was going great. And then we go to the kid's school, and I'm like, okay, this is great, you know, it's a gated school, seems really good. And he's like, so we need to go inside and put all of your information in. And I'm like, okay. And he's like, so it has to be very like secure. You have to like walk into the school to pick him up every day, enter your information. He's like, the mom is crazy. And she tries to kidnap him, and so we have to be very secure at where he goes and how we pick him up. And I was like, okay, like kind of panicking a little bit. And so I go in the school and I literally enter my address, my name, my full name, my age, like everything, my phone number, everything. And so after that, like I was like a little sketched out, but I was like, whatever. And so then he started telling me about all the drama. And he's like, okay, by the way, you probably shouldn't go to the town where I lived at. You probably shouldn't go in town because she could kidnap him, she could track y'all and find y'all, whatever. And I was like, okay. Like 16-year-old me was panicking. And so he just continues to tell me all this drama. And also 16-year-old me was like, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry that you had to go through that, and she's crazy. And he was telling me about how he'd come home and he'd have bruises on him. And I was like, that's awful. Like, I don't know how to, I'm 16 years old, I don't know how to respond to that. And so I go home that night and I'm telling my parents about all of this. And I'm panicking. They're obviously panicking. They're like, what the heck? Like, we thought that girl was, you know, his wife that came to meet us, and it was his girlfriend. And so we're panicking. And our good friend we know is also a pilot, and so we're like, maybe he knows him somehow. But we don't act on it yet. So we're just like chatting. And then the pilot friend calls us and he's like, is Evelyn watching this kid? Like panicking. He's like, this guy is no good. Sends us a mugshot. Sends us a mugshot of the guy, not the mom. And then the mom starts spam calling me, leaving me tons of text, like long text messages, voicemails, like panicking. She hacked into the school system, got my address, my name, my phone, everything I put in the system. She was sending screenshots of where I lived to the husband and being like, because I lived like next to like a mobile home park, which whatever, but she was like, I cannot believe you're gonna allow a 16-year-old to watch our son at the mobile home park and da 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 da. I don't know exactly what happened, because that night my mom and dad were like, we're putting our foot down, you're blocking this guy, like you're not gonna watch him. I don't care if it's gonna put him in a bind, if it's, because it was tomorrow, like it was the next day that I had to watch the kid. He's like, I don't care if it puts him in a bind, because this is ridiculous and you should not be in this situation, like at all. You're 16 years old, what are you doing? And I was like that's a lot of money, but like I get it, you know. And I was traumatized, I really was. So I blocked him. I haven't heard anything. I mean, obviously it's been years, so like, I mean, I just never ever heard. I don't know. So, but if y'all want more story times, I have more, because I've been babysitting since I can remember, and I got some crazy stories.
Story time of how my best friend of 11 years and I started dating. So let's start from the beginning. I knew literally one person. I went to high school with one person that ended up going to my college. And so moving into the dorms, I literally knew no one. I didn't even know who my roommate was gonna be. Like, I walked in on that first day and met my roommate. I became friends with a lot of people from San Diego, Orange County, and Lodi. And we had made like a pretty solid group of friends. Fast forward, I ended up dating one of the guys in the friend group. Fast forward more, we ended up having a breakup that was pretty like not amazing. And we both stayed friends with everyone in the group, but it made me off limits out of loyalty for their bestie. That said, I was friends with this group of guys forever. I became besties with Nick pretty soon off the bat, and we would text each other all the time. We would hang out all the time, go to the same parties, go to the same pre-games, but the line was never crossed. We never once, I don't even know if you could say we ever even flirted. College was lit. Fast forward, it's 2021. All of our friends decide to go on a trip to Mexico in this insane house. So many of us had gone through breakups because COVID, obviously. The first day rolls around. I'm sitting on the beach with our friend Danielle and Nick, and we're sitting there and we're describing our perfect person, like the person that we would marry if we could. And I'm like, I want somebody tall. I want someone that would intimidate my brothers because I feel like they're really intimidating. So I want them to respect my partner. I would love a Christian man, and I would love somebody that loves the beach as much as I do, because my ex-boyfriend was afraid to swim in the ocean, and that was always such an ick for me. Danielle's sitting there and she's like, you know, you're describing Nick, right? As he's sitting there. I had never looked at him that way, so it was kind of funny. That night, we're all sitting at this huge table. This must have been like a 30-person dining room table. Nick is in the kitchen cooking for everyone by himself. He made guacamole, salsa, homemade, the meat, everything else. And we've decided to go around the table and talk about what had changed our lives in 2020. I read this book by Rick Warren called Purpose Driven Life, 40 Days to Finding Your Life's Purpose, that completely changed my life. And as we're sitting there, all the way in the kitchen, Nick is still like finishing up making everyone's food, and he goes, oh, that book changed my life. The second he said that, I was like, I am making out with him later. Like, I need to see if he's a good kisser, because who says that? Okay, if you want a part 2, we have a lot more silver to polish, so let me know. We were best friends. We would talk on the phone all the time. We would call each other. We would text. I would set him up with people. Story time of how my best friend of 11 years and I started dating. Part 2, of course, the only open seat at this 30-person table is right next to me, coincidentally. We sit next to each other. We have the best time at dinner, like laughing, which we always do. We were best friends. We would talk on the phone all the time. We would call each other. We would text, but like, I would set him up with people. I set him up with so many people. I was like, somebody needs to marry this guy. He's perfect. He cooks. He's good looking. He's 6'5". Like, what? So I was telling Nick, I was like, yeah, I'm going to climb the roof later and I'm going to go look at the stars. And he's like, do you want me to go with you? Duh. So he comes with me. Weirdly, there's like this chair on the roof. And we go look at the stars. He's sitting on it. I end up sitting on his lap and we make out. And transparently, I thought it was going to be like the worst kiss I've ever had in my entire life, because why else wouldn't it have worked out with any of my friends that I had set him up with? Like, hello. It was like the best kiss ever. I had the best time. I kept laughing with him because he's so funny. Oh my gosh. If you know Nick, you know he's hilarious. So the next morning we're going to brunch. Nothing happens after the roof. It was just that sweet moment. And when we go out to brunch, he comes up to me and he's like, hey, so we made out last night. And I'm like, I know, and I don't regret it. And then I walked away. And that's kind of how we left it, going to brunch. And then we ended up sitting next to each other at brunch. That is the beginning of our story. Having that book bring us together and then ending up seeing each other for so much more was really special. This is looking really nice. If you have any questions, let me know. I'm happy to address them. This looks so much better than it started. Hope you guys are having a stunning week. Bye.
Here's a story time about how my dad got secretly married. So basically how this all started was he sat me down a couple days ago and he was like, oh, I met someone. Which honestly I wouldn't have a problem with. Like, he's divorced, he can date whoever he wants. But then he tells me that he's married. So basically how this all happened, he went to Africa in like March because he's African and he went to go visit family. And I guess he met somebody and they got religiously married. So I don't know if they're legally married, but he says they're religiously married. But obviously the whole thing was a shock because it was like, okay, well, you got married in March and it's June now and you're just now telling us. And usually you'd hear this type of story from people that are like absent fathers. He's not absent. He's most of the time's not absent. We see him like once a month. And so he ended up telling us this like before he told our mom, which I thought was crazy that you're not telling the mother of your children that you're married. But he ended up telling her, but the crazy thing was it was over text while she was at work. But yesterday he like called me because he was at work, because I'm at my dad's right now. But he was like, can you please talk to your mom because she doesn't return my texts or calls, and you as the oldest daughter, it's like your duty to like make her understand. But like, where in the job description being an older daughter does it say make ex-wife understand why I got secretly married? Like, I'm not the one ignoring your texts, I'm not the one ignoring your calls. Why do I have to figure that out? I think this whole thing is like really crazy because he only went to Africa for 3 weeks and came back with a wife. Honestly, this whole thing just feels like somebody like made me act out like a really weird AI prompt. But he's my dad and I still love him. But yeah, I've never even like met her. She's in Africa and I don't know if I'll ever meet her unless she comes over here for vacation. I don't know. Because if she were to become like a US citizen, like that takes like years to happen. So, but anyway, that's that. So I'll see you tomorrow.
Story time about how when you were 23, you were abducted by men who were previously convicted of rape and abduction, and how you lived to tell about it. In full disclosure, this is a true story. One thing that drives me nuts is when people get on the internet and make up stories for clickbait. That's not what we're doing here. This is an actual story that happened. So when I was, I think 23, 24, I lived in San Diego, California, which is where I'm from originally. And my best friends and I, we were young, we would frequent the bars. We would go to the Gas Lamp in downtown, or we would go to Pacific Beach. And we would go to Pacific Beach a lot. And this weekend, it was Easter weekend, we went down on like a Friday, I want to say. And back then there were no Ubers. So you would either take a taxi, and we lived like out in East County, which was pretty far from the beach, like a good 40-minute drive. Which you can imagine back then a taxi was like, I don't know, over $100, and we were young, like college kids. Or you would hitch a ride back with somebody random. And let me tell you, we had definitely multiple times in the past been hammered and asked some random person if they would give us a ride. They were probably drinking, Lord only knows, but we had done it multiple times. And we'd always ended up fine. So this one night we were actually not at a bar. We were at a house party. We had got invited. My girlfriend was a hairdresser, still is, and someone that she knew from one of the salons was having a party, and so they invited us. So we went down there. It was just her and I that I knew. You know, I didn't know anyone else there. She knew like one or two people. It was at an apartment in Pacific Beach, and I remember there being guys there and girls there and whatever. And so we weren't there very long, and someone had like made us drinks. We drank our drinks, and then we were going to go to like another party or to a bar. I don't even remember because it was such a foggy experience until like stuff got really wild. So we got in the car, and I remember I was sitting in the back seat, and I started to become like very ill. And the girl that was sitting next to me had put her purse on my lap. It was a Louis Vuitton purse, and I remember like instantly just got like overcame with the fact that I needed to throw up. And so I ended up throwing up on this girl's purse, and I was mortified. And we were in this girl's nice car, some other girl. There was like 4 of us piled in the back seat. My girlfriend and I, my girlfriend's name was Maggie, is named Maggie. We were in the back seat. And so we were like randomly like on our way somewhere. And I became so ill, so flushed, so hot. Like I just remember it was a million degrees that I'm like, you have to let me out of this car. I need to get out of this car. More than anything, I think I was mortified at the fact that I had literally just thrown up in this lady's bag. But I was like, please let us out. I'm so sorry. I'm crying. I like feel awful. So we're somewhere in Pacific Beach on like some random street, obviously not smart. And I remember Maggie starting to be like, I don't feel well. Like we had one drink. Okay. And I have always been a partaker of not like, I love gummies and things of that nature. I've never like a huge drinker, but back then in your 20s, like you drank. But I would be like 3 or 4 Jaeger bombs and call it a night. I was not getting hammered off of one drink, right? So couldn't even really think too much about it because everything was just so foggy. So I remember we're on a corner. And I remember we're at the point where like things are starting to like close in. Like, you know, that sound like the wah, wah, wah in your head. Like things are like, my vision's starting to get weird. I just feel off and it's strange to the point that I'm crawling. Okay. I'm crawling to the corner. We have cell phones, but this was like back in 2020 or 2005 to age myself. And so it was like the Nokia phones where you'd have to like hit the same number like 4 times to get a letter to be able to text. We'd called our friend Brock. For some reason, he wasn't answering. We didn't know where we were. It was not like it is now where you could just like pull up your maps and find out where you were. We had no idea where we were. So all of a sudden, I'll never forget, it was a Toyota Scion. It was charcoal gray, like the toaster cars, if you remember the commercial with like the hamsters in them, pulls up. There is a large Caucasian man in the front, a Hispanic man in the back, and a man of Asian descent in the front seat, in the passenger seat. And they pull up and they're like, hey girls, like, are you guys okay? I don't know if these men were at the party. I'm not certain. They could have been, they could not have been. I don't know. It all happened so fast. But they were like, are you guys good? Like, I'm down on my hands and knees, like vomiting. It's awful. Maggie's just like rallying because she's such a troop. And they're like, do you guys want to ride? Like, where are you guys trying to go? And we're like, nope, we're good. Our friend Brock's going to come get us. And I feel like at that point, we may have even reached Brock, but we couldn't really tell him where we were. And like, we probably should have called the police. But we were young and like not really supposed to be out doing the things that we were doing. Our parents would be disappointed at us, to say the least. It was Easter weekend. I was supposed to be over having a sleepover. Obviously, they knew we would go out and stuff. But so we're like, no, you can go, whatever. So they leave. I remember it being like a desolate street. It wasn't a busy intersection. There wasn't a lot of people around. And then like maybe 5 minutes goes by and we can't get a hold of anybody. I don't even know that we were actually calling people at this point because I had never experienced anything like this. Like clearly something was put in our drink. I never had felt this way. Like I felt like I was DYINGing. I didn't know what was going on. I was scared, all of the things. So 5 minutes later, lo and behold, guess who pulls back up? The Scion, the toaster car, the 3 nice gentlemen who are like, you guys, you're still here. Like, we just went and dropped off something. Like, we'll give you a ride. Where are you guys going? And we're like, oh, we're going to CNT in East County. That's where Maggie lived at the time. She had an apartment right over by Santana High School. And they're like, oh, that's where we're going. We're going to East County. We can give you a ride. And so, honestly, the week prior, this really nice gentleman had given Maggie and I a ride home from East Village, or like the gas lamp area downtown. And he was so sweet. He stopped and got us food. He made sure we made it inside okay. Like, he was just such a gentleman. So I think in our mind, we were like, okay, like, we might be okay. Like, let's just do it. What are our other options right now? We're not going to call a taxi. That's way too expensive. We can't get a hold of anybody to come get us. And even if we did, we don't know where we're at. So like, maybe if we can just find somewhere to go that's closer than where we are now, we'll get it figured out. Right. So we get in the car with these guys, and now I guess there's going to be a part 2. Come back for part 2 so I can tell you what happens, because it only gets worse from here. Story time about how when you were 23, you were abducted by men who were convicted of rape and abduction prior to abducting you, and how you lived to tell about it. This is part 2, and this is a real story that actually happened to me. So I'm not here to post fake news to get clicks, which drives me crazy when people do that. So if you have not seen part 1, I would go back and listen to part 1. That lays the groundwork of how we ended up getting into the car with these men who abducted us. I left off we got into the car. They picked us up on the corner after circling the block a couple of times and us realizing that there was no other way for us to get home. As I had said previously, we were under the influence of something that I am unaware of, because clearly something was put into our drink. So we get into the car. At this point, we're in Pacific Beach. We climb into the Scion, the Toyota Scion, which looks like a toaster car. Think like the hamster commercials, if you remember. It's like the Kia Soul. But anyways, we get into the back seat. So there is the very large, I'm saying like 6'5", 275-pound man in the front seat, Caucasian man. There is a man of Asian descent in the passenger seat, and there is a Hispanic man behind the passenger seat. I get in, Maggie gets in first, Maggie gets in the middle of the back seat, and then I get in on the driver's side. I'm sitting behind him. And we get into the car, and he's like, hey, we're going to go to East County. Like you said, that's where we're going. But first we have to make a stop really quick, and we need to pick up some trees. Okay. So we're like, okay, cool, whatever. So we're just happy to finally be in the car. Like, the room is spinning. I have been very ill for a while now. All I can think about is getting home. I just want to lay down. We needed to get back to Maggie's apartment. So he's like, hey, we're in Pacific Beach right now. We're going to go down to Belmont Park, which is where the roller coaster is, if you're familiar with San Diego. And we're going to grab some stuff from somebody and some trees, and then we're going to take you back to East County. I'm like, okay, we love trees. Cool. We're on board. So we get on the road. We start driving. I am dozing off, right? Because I am so effed up that I can't. I'm putting my head up against the window, and it's all a blur until it kicks into fight or flight. Don't really remember the drive from Pacific Beach to Mission Beach, but for those of you that know, it's not very far. It's maybe a 10-minute drive, and at this point it was probably, I would guess, 11, 12 o'clock at night. So we make the drive down to Belmont Park, and we're sitting in the parking lot, and we're waiting for someone to come to the car. As we're sitting there, the Hispanic man in the back seat next to Maggie, and these guys have been so cool. They're asking us questions. They're just super nice guys. And her and I have always been that, had guy friends, right? And so it was nothing new, nothing weird. They had probably in their late 20s. We were in our early 20s. I dated myself in the last video and said it was 2025. I think it was closer to 2028, 2010, because I graduated in 2002. So, and I was 23, 24 when this happened. So I remember getting to the park. I remember parking under a tree. It was in this dark parking lot at Belmont Park, and they're waiting for this guy to come. Before the guy comes, the gentleman in the back seat, who has not said much the whole time, the Hispanic man, all of a sudden goes, I gotta go. And they're like, what? And he's like, I gotta go. I can't. I gotta go. I gotta get out of here. I gotta go. And they're like, bro. And he's like, no, literally, I gotta go. My boy's gonna pick me up. I'm leaving. And we're all like, okay. I'm still halfway passed out. Don't even really know what's going on. Maggie's like, where are you going? Why are you leaving? We're gonna go get Jack in a box, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, I have to go. So he gets out of the car, he leaves. We should have got out of the car with him. Let me just say that. So he leaves. Now it's just the two of us in the back seat, and the driver is in the front seat, and then the man of Asian descent is in the passenger seat. And this guy comes to the window. He drops off the trees. We start to go. So we know where we're going. We're at the beach. You would normally take the 5 or the 805 to the 163 or the 67 to get us back to Santee where we needed to go. You could take the 163 to the 67. Forgive me, I've lived in Georgia for 6 years, so if I get that freeways wrong, I apologize. But we get on the road and we start to go. I am at this point unconscious. I have like literally dozed off. I am asleep. I don't remember much. The last thing I remember is us getting on the 163, which would make sense because you're going to get on the 163, maybe the 805, I don't know, and you're going to take the 67 the 52. You're going to take the 52 to Santee. So we get on the freeway and I like get comfortable with knowing that we're heading home and I start to doze off. I don't remember much after that until I wake up to Maggie kicking me, screaming bloody murder. Okay. Absolutely bat SHIT going nuts. I wake up to like a foot to the side of the head and her like, wake up, wake up, wake up. And the guy in the passenger seat, we're still on the highway. But at this point I realized we have passed the 52. We are now driving like we're going towards Los Angeles. We are not driving like we are going towards East County in San Diego. So I remember as I come to and Maggie is kicking me to wake up, I see, and she had these huge shoes on, I remember that. I see the guy in the driver's seat, the huge, very tall Caucasian dude, big buff, like looks like he would be like a linebacker football player, is screaming to shut the F up. And the guy in the passenger seat is trying to like get her to stop by like putting his arms around her neck, like over the back seat as far as he can get her. And she's a feisty girl. Let me tell you, Maggie is probably 5'2", 110 pounds, feisty. Okay. We don't mess with Maggie. So she is going berserk and I am like, what the is going on right now? And she's like, Megan, wake up, help, wake up. So the guy starts to get off the freeway. At this point, I want to say we are in Tierra Santa, but I could be wrong. I don't know where we ended up because it was all such a fucking blur. But I just remember the chaos of like fight or flight setting in, me freaking out, realizing something is going on, her blood curdling screams, the guy trying to stop her, the guy in the passenger seat, the guy in the driver's seat telling us to shut the F up. Like, obviously at this point, something is wrong and we need to get out of this car. Honestly, you guys, thinking back is wild to me how terrifying it is. In the moment, you don't think about it. All you can think about is getting to safety and getting out. But now looking back and thinking about the situation that we put ourselves in is wild because these men had been convicted, like I said, of rape. Why they were out on the streets? California. But they were convicted of rape and abduction years prior. I think they were in their late 20s and this was like teenage stuff, but still. Anyways, we're not going to get into that. Okay. So we get off the freeway. I am a squirrel. I get sidetracked. We get off the freeway. He's freaking out. We pull over into like a dark parking lot. That's all I remember. And it was like a restaurant parking lot and there was nobody around. This was like a quiet, regular neighborhood. So there weren't people walking on the streets. And I just remember him telling her, shut the F up. And the guy and he's yelling at the passenger seat guy, like, get her under control. He can't because Maggie's a wild animal. Thank God for Maggie. Maggie literally saved our lives that night. If it was not for her, there is a very good chance that we would not be here anymore. She fought like hell. She was not going to let these guys do whatever they were planning on doing with us. And so she just continued to fucking scream and kick and do all of the things until finally the car pulls over. And then we're out of time again. So last part, there will be a part 3. If you want to hear what ended up happening, obviously we survived. Come back for part 3. Part 3 and the final part of how when I was 23 years old, my best friend and I were abducted by men that had been convicted of rape and abduction prior and how we lived to tell about it. So I had left off that we had gotten off the freeway and pulled into a desolate parking lot. Thinking back, I'm certain it was a restaurant parking lot, and it was after hours. The restaurant was closed. There was nobody there. On the other side of the parking lot was an apartment building, and thank goodness that apartment building was there. So we pull over, and they basically are like, get the F out of the car. The guy in the passenger seat is like, we can't do this. We need to let them go. Get out of the car. So the driver, who is pissed off and reluctant, pulls over, slams on his brakes, tells us to get the F out of the car. I open the car door as I am like falling out of the car because I'm clearly very, very under the influence. Maggie is trying to gather our things, like gather our purses and our stuff that's all over the floor, the keys to get into her apartment, our cell phones, our wallets, our cash, our money, all of the things. And they're like, get out, get out. And so the guy in the driver's seat gets out of the car as Maggie is like yelling at them, trying, like our stuff is all over the place because she has been kicking and screaming. Looking back, was that important for us to get our things? No. It was not. But in the moment, that was the instinct, and that's what we did. So I'm on the floor outside of the car. She is trying to she's screaming, trying to gather her stuff, get all of our stuff off of the floorboard of the car. And because our purses and everything had gone flying. And they're like, get out, get out, get out. So the guy in the driver's seat ends up getting out of the car and going around to grab Maggie. And Maggie, being Maggie, who is literally one of the strongest people I know, her whole 5'2" of her, starts to kind of fight back. Like, no, I'm getting my stuff. And I don't think at this point we really understood the severity of what was going on, right? We're just like, were you just taking us the wrong way? Were you not listening to us? Like, what is happening? Regardless, we're getting out of the car now. So she is trying to gather our stuff. This driver, who is a large man, I'm talking 6'5", 275 pounds, huge, massive man. I'm guessing. I don't actually know his stats. Goes and grabs her. And I don't remember if he socks her, throws her, what happens, but she is on the floor sobbing. He gets in the car and tears out of the parking lot, out of the parking lot. We're trying to call Brock. We can't call anyone because we can't even comprehend what's going on. We're so messed up. Everything's blacking out. My eyes keep closing. I am literally on the floor of this parking lot in, I think I said Tierra Santa. It was probably more like Claremont. It was further up. And which are two totally different areas, by the way. I don't remember. It was a long time ago. I don't live in San Diego anymore, but I do know that we were supposed to get on the 52 and that didn't happen. And that's how we ended up in this predicament. So we're distraught, and Maggie luckily still had her cell phone. Okay, I didn't have my cell phone. My cell phone ended up being in the car. She had her cell phone. But you guys, not only did they still have my phone, they had our purses with our wallets and our IDs with our addresses on them, our driver's license. At that moment, we don't even freaking realize what's going on. But luckily for us, a couple, a husband and wife, that were probably in their late 20s, early 30s, hears all of this screaming and commotion, and they come downstairs. They run out and they're like, what is going on? It gives me chills even thinking about this. Thank God for them, because who knows what would have happened had they not come out, if those men would have come back. I don't know. If we would have gotten taken by somebody else, I don't know. It makes me emotional even talking about it. But they call the police. And I remember talking to the police officer, and I remember giving the police a description. Now, at this point, while I am on the phone with the police, Maggie gets a hold of Brock. And we get the address from the people. And I think she had probably talked to Brock before. We just didn't know where we were. So they tell us, or Brock, what the address is so that he can come get us. We're hysterical. We're we just got taken by these men. You have to come get us. So I'm on the phone with the police officers, giving them a description of the people that abducted us. And she is on the phone with Brock. So the people are so sweet. They have small children inside. So the wife is I have to go. She's holding us. We're crying, wiping our tears, the blood off of Maggie's face. They're literally just being so sweet. They were heaven sent. And I'm so grateful to this day for those people. I wish I could find them. And the wife leaves, the husband stays with us. Well, I remember talking to the police, but don't remember exactly what I told them. Hang up with the police. They're on their way. Well, guess who gets there before the police do? Brock. And we're listen, sir, we just want to go home. We didn't even want to be involved with the police. We're safe. We're happy. We're not happy, but we're safe. We're alive. And we're just going to go home. We need to go home. And actually thinking back, it was not Friday. It was Saturday night. The next day was Easter. And that's why we were in like such like a rush to get home, because we had stuff that we were supposed to be doing in the morning with our families. And I was spending the night at Maggie's, but I was supposed to be home early by like 9 a.m. And this is, I don't know what time this is at this point in the morning, maybe 1-ish. So Brock comes, saves the day, picks us up, takes us home. We go back to Maggie's. We relive everything. We can't believe what happened, but it's like bits and pieces. And that's it. We go to bed. We wake up the next day. I leave and I go to my parents, and Maggie goes with her family. That's not where it ends, though. Maybe like a week or two later, I work at an insurance company in Santee, not far from Maggie. My parents live up in Alpine, which is like 25 minutes away up in the mountains. And I worked till like 7. I worked like an 11 to 7 shift. I remember, and I had just gotten off from work and went next door to 24 Hour Fitness to work out. And I get a call from my dad. I don't answer because I'm in the middle of the workout. Calls me again and again and again. And then finally, when I realize that he's calling me over and over again, I pick up the phone. And I'm like, hello. And he's like, do you want to tell me why there are 2 detectives standing in my driveway requesting to speak with you? And they can't, and I'm over the age of 18, and they can't give me any information. You need to get your ass home. And I'm like, and so then I hear some like talking in the background, and my dad's like, hold on. So he hands the phone to this gentleman, and this guy's like, so at this point, my gut has dropped, right? I am freaking out. I'm like, is this the kidnappers? Like, how would the police or detectives or anything know where to go, how to get to my house? Like, I didn't tell them. I told them that what my name was on the phone, but I didn't tell them anything outside of that. So the detective gets on the phone. He's like, hey, I'm Detective Rodriguez, I believe. I don't remember. Where are you? And I'm like, I am at 24 Hour Fitness in Santee. And then he's like, okay, where is Maggie? And I said, Maggie is probably at her apartment. I don't know. He's like, can you call her right now? And I need you guys, we need to come meet with you right now. And this was like 8:00 at night, okay, on a weeknight. And I'm like, yeah, okay. So I hang up with the phone and I call Maggie. Sorry, guys, I just combed my dog and I feel like there's dog hair on me and I just keep itching everywhere. It's driving me bonkers. So I call Maggie and I'm like, hey, I don't know what the F is going on. There's detectives at my parents' house. My dad is freaking out. The detectives need to speak to us right away. I don't want to go home. And I lived with my parents. She lived at rented an apartment with this couple named Michelle and Joey. And so I was like, can they come to your house? And she said, yep. So I'm like, okay. So I call the detective back, call my dad back. He puts me on the phone with the detective, and we're meeting at Maggie's house at 9:00. So at night. Okay. So I am freaking the F out because I'm like, first of all, he didn't say anything about the abduction. I don't know what's going on. He just wants to talk to Maggie and I. And back then, were we doing some shenanigans? Yeah. I mean, not a ton of crazy stuff, but we were toilet paper in houses here and there. We were doing some things randomly that we probably could have got in trouble from. I feel like at one point we were taking for sale signs out of people's yards and putting them in other people's yards in the middle of the night. We were just being young kids, just doing dumb stuff, right? And so I didn't know why the detectives wanted to talk to us, but they did. So I drive straight over to Maggie's house. I'll never forget. I'm standing outside and I am freaking out, and the black Lincoln town car pulls up and 2 men get out of the car and they show us their badges. So at this point, I'm like, okay, they're actually detectives. We're okay. And they're like, you guys are safe. Here are our badges, but we need to talk to you about what happened on whatever date it was, the night before Easter. And we're like, and I lied, you guys. I said this is going to be the final part, but clearly I talked too much. So there's going to be one more part. We're almost done here, about what happened with the detectives, how they found us, and what happened to the guys that were originally convicted of rape and abduction and ended up abducting us. But luckily for us, we were able to make it out alive to be able to tell about it. So come back if you want to hear the final ending.
10-minute timer on TikTok. Let's see if I have 10 minutes to tell you the story about how I met my ex-boyfriend who I caught cheating on me through my nail tech. So the story starts about a year ago because I officially met him on my birthday last year. So my birthday is at the end of May, and
right before my birthday, I was in the middle of packing my apartment and getting ready to move. And I wasn't really like trying to date anybody seriously, but of course, like, I kind of just stay on the apps and I use them sporadically. And at this time, I had matched with this man who is a farmer, and he lived about 2.5 hours away. So initially, when I matched with this man, I can't remember exactly. I think he probably messaged me first, and I messaged something back. It was like, "You're too far away, blah, 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 blah." And his response was, "I'm not too far away. Let me prove it to you." And then we proceeded to talk on the phone. And over the next week, I got to know him a lot better. And it was honestly so nice to have someone to talk to again, because I, at the time, was honestly probably struggling a lot with my mental health, and I didn't really realize it. So I had, at this point, I was 7 or 8 months post like a really bad breakup, and I was like going through it. And the stress of moving and packing up a place that I had shared with that previous person was like really hard for me. And also financially, I was really struggling because moving is expensive. To have to pay your current rent and then to save up enough money to put down a security deposit and first month's rent on a new place, diabolical. I don't know who created that system, but the people who are out here living in a single income in a pretty busy area, y'all, it's just not obtainable. So in my head at this time, I am trying to pack and declutter, trying to figure out how I'm going to celebrate my birthday, because it's also my birthday. Like, I wanted to get my hair done, and I wanted to, spend some money on me, because I do work 2 jobs, and I do work very hard, and I needed to get a U-Haul, and I needed to get the money together to move into my new place that I had found, and I was just really struggling. So when I met this man, and we matched, and we started talking, he just, like, y'all, I'm telling you, when they look like they're too good to be true, they probably are too good to be true. So let me explain to you what I mean. So we matched, let's say we matched on a Monday. Come Wednesday, after talking to him, this man had bought me a U-Haul for me to be able to move all of my stuff from point A to point B. Then let's say my hair appointment that I had coming up 3 days later. So let's say I matched with him on Monday. Now it's Friday. He sent me money on the morning of my hair appointment to go get my hair done. Granted, I have not even met this man yet, okay? We had plans to meet, but that day had not come yet. So prior to me even meeting him, he's now been a great emotional support on the phone. He has paid for a U-Haul for me to get from my apartment to my new house. He has sent me money for my birthday for my hair appointment. And on top of that, he had already made plans to drive 2.5 hours, me being sight unseen. Okay, he's never met me in person. He was going to drive 2.5 hours to come and unload my U-Haul into my new place for me on my birthday, because I was moving into my new place on my birthday. So when I tell you I was shell-shocked by the amount of care that this person was showing me post really bad breakup, I think it just kind of shocked my system, and I was like overwhelmed with the amount of care and financial support he was able to give me. Like, I have never been someone who comes from money, and everything we ever had in my family was something we had to like save up for and like work for. Like, that's just where I come from. So this man being able to just immediately step in and provide XYZ needs for me, y'all, I fell hard, okay? I didn't see the red flags. I didn't see them. I just fell really hard. And I was very happy to let him come in and help and kind of just be not so independent anymore. I had always said prior to meeting him that if you are in my life, like if a man is going to be in my life, it's going to be because I want him in my life, not because I need him. And I very much still stick to that, because I pay my own bills. I work hard for everything I've ever had. It's me. Like, I am my supporter, my biggest supporter, and I show up for me every single day, and I will continue to do so. And if a man wants to be a part of that, he's gonna have to work really hard. And this man was showing me that he was gonna work really hard to do that. So
we started dating pretty much like from that first initial meeting. So the first time I met him in person was when he drove down from his hometown to take my U-Haul from my apartment to my current place where I reside. He showed up with food for me that we shared. He brought me birthday presents. I didn't even know him, but he brought me more presents. He had already paid for my hair appointment. I didn't need anything from him, but he wasn't going to show up sight unseen without a birthday present for this girl he was interested in talking to. So what did my friends call it? Love bombing? Maybe it was love bombing, but for me, I was just happy and, kind of falling in love again. And that feeling felt so good after feeling so unwanted for so long, for months and months and months and months, to feel so unworthy of love. I was feeling worthy again. So the farmer came into my life, y'all, and I let him come. He then proceeded from starting at the end of May, he proceeded to drive up to visit me every single weekend from May until, let's say, September, really. So from May to September, end of May to September, I saw him every weekend. So our kind of routine was he would work all week. So he did farming and he also did commercial concrete, I think. So his work hours were really strange. He would be up early in the morning to farm, and then he would take a midday nap, and then he would get up at 11 p.m., sometimes 10 p.m., and he would drive to whatever job he was doing for his concrete job that he also did. So our routine would be, we would kind of just talk on the phone throughout the week. He would call me before bedtime. We'd say good night, and then he would drive to his concrete job. And then come Fridays, I would expect to see him. So every Friday, he would drive up to my house, kind of Friday evening. I would cook him dinner. I would make a plan for us to hang out at the house because he was a busy working man. He didn't really like to go out, which is not really true to my personality. I am someone who definitely enjoys a night in, but I also really enjoy a night out. I want to go bring my significant other to hang out with friends. I want to go on a fun date, an escape room or bowling, like an arcade. And I quickly learned that this man is a man of routine. Okay, so he would come to my house. I would feed him his favorite meal, which was tacos. If I ever have to make another taco, honestly, I think I might throw up. And then he would stay the whole weekend. I would cook him breakfast in the morning, and he would stay Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday, and then Sunday morning he would get up and he would drive all the way back home to get started at the farm to get his week ready for the farm. So that was just our routine. And like I said in a previous video, now looking back at it, I don't think I was genuinely happy in this relationship, but it was better than being alone. So that's kind of where I was at. I am going to stop here, and I'm going to make another TikTok getting into our first red flag. Okay, we're back for part 2 of how we caught the farmer cheating on me through my nail tech. Okay. So we just left off. We're talking about how I was just so devoted to this man after I met him because I was so lonely, and he came into my life and he was this great provider and he was showing me all this care and attention. Well, come a couple, not even that long. Honestly, we met at the end of May. We dated. This was July, I think. This had to have been July. So one afternoon in July, this is when I saw his first red flag, okay? So, like the other stuff wasn't already a red flag, y'all, I was blinded, okay? This was the first red flag I saw, okay? I was at a friend's house, and we were doing a virtual training. I had another friend from out of town visiting, too. We were doing this training for work, because we work in the school system, and I'm sitting there at her house, and I get a notification on my phone that says, the farmer, his work account is new on Snapchat. Y'all, I don't know a lot about social media, but I do know that when someone in your contacts, okay, so in my contacts I had his personal number, but he also gave me his work number because sometimes with his concrete job, he would be traveling in areas that didn't have good cell service. So he wanted to make sure I had both phone numbers if I ever needed to get a hold of him, because he was just that was the chivalry in him. Like, he wanted to make sure that I could contact him if I needed him, because he was going to be there for me, okay? Well, tell me why I get a notification on my phone that your work contact is new to Snapchat. Why do you need Snapchat on your work phone? Does anybody know? I don't know. So immediately, like, you know, the bells are ringing, and I'm like, first of all, you don't have Snapchat. He doesn't have it on his regular phone. So why are you putting it on your work phone? So we leave this training at her house, and I'm already, like, freaking out a little bit internally for the first time, because I'm like, oh no, like, this is bad. Like, I felt bad, like, in my gut about it, and I should have trusted my gut that first time, because this is only a month into our relationship. So once I leave her house, I call him on the phone, and I just address it, like, point blank, and I was very polite about it. I said, hey, I noticed that you have Snapchat on your work phone, and I was just wondering why. Like, why did you put it on your work phone? And immediately it was just, I didn't even get an answer as to why he did it. It was just, I'll delete it. I'll delete it. Don't worry. It's deleted. I'll just take it off my phone. It's not a big deal. I'll just get rid of it. I'm like, well, I have Snapchat on my phone. Like, do you think me having Snapchat on my phone is a problem? Because you've never said it was a problem. And I'm not saying you having Snapchat is a problem. I'm just saying it's a little suspicious that you've never used Snapchat, but now you have it on your work phone. So instead of, like, giving me a clear answer, like his answer, which you're going to love this one because it's going to come back later. His real answer for doing it was he was just bored one evening working at the concrete job. He was bored, so he installed it on his phone just to mess around. And that was that. And he said he was going to delete it. Okay. So we never talked about it again. But that was a month into our relationship. So that was, I guess, my first indicator that potentially there was some dishonesty going on in the relationship. But like I said before, I was blinded by the care and attention, and I was really ignoring any possibility of something being wrong, because, y'all, if I'm being completely honest, I am at the point in life now where I'm the friend in the friend group who has been chronically single. I have been the bridesmaid at everybody's wedding. I have watched most of my friends start their families, and I am to the point where I'm starting to feel like the kid that gets picked last for the dodgeball team. And I really, at this point, anytime I meet someone, I'm like hanging on to it, like, as hard as I can. And it's just not ending well for me. And so let's move on in the story to, like, later on into the relationship. So first incidents of the red flag. At this point, the only other, like, red flags I'm seeing with this relationship and things that were, like, making me unhappy were just kind of like the mundane. Like, we always did the same thing. He wanted to come up here on a Friday. He wanted me to make him tacos. I made the tacos. He wanted to just spend the night and hang out at the house, watch a movie, watch TV, and then he would go home on Sunday. And that was just kind of like the same thing we were doing. If we did do anything out of the ordinary, it was, we would go to Longhorns and get dinner, and then we would maybe do something after, but most of the time it was Longhorns for dinner and then coming back here because he was tired. Now, I will say, I'm never going to be the girl that just kind of like drags on a dude. Like, I don't think that's, one, I don't think it makes women look good, and I don't think that's true in my character. So I'm going to tell you the other things that he did that were well. He did well. He came to my family's 4th of July party, bought bukus and bukus of, I hope I said that word right, of fireworks to shoot off and share with my family. Like, it was really cool. Like, I did not ask him to do that. I didn't expect him to do that. But it was really fun to, like, see him interact with my family and hang out with them and celebrate that holiday with us. So that was really fun. And the other cool thing he did while we dated was, we have a lot of birthdays in September. So at the beginning of September, we went and celebrated all the birthdays at Longhorns, because you're going to notice a theme. He's a picky eater. He only likes what he likes. So I convinced my whole family to go to Longhorns to eat, because the other 2 restaurants they suggested, I knew he was not going to want to eat that. And I was trying my hardest to get him to commit to going to this event, because he doesn't like to be around a lot of people. That's what he would tell me all the time. I'm not into being around a lot of people. So I convinced him to come because it was at Longhorns, and he was great. Every time he's been around my family, it was great. Like, no issues. It was just the matter of getting him out of the house was the issue. But if I got him out of the house, it was fine. So he gets out of the house. He comes with my family in September. We celebrate all the birthdays. And then I don't even know how many people. We had at least, let's say minimum 8 people at that table eating. And without any hesitation or any question, he fronted the bill for my whole family. And it wasn't cheap. Like, everyone got what they wanted because everyone was expecting to pay for their own individual families. And he just paid. Y'all, I'm not going to lie. It was attractive. It was very attractive. To be with somebody who could just be a provider in that way was very attractive to me. I have never, and I mean, I still do not. I would never date somebody for money. But I did find it attractive. I found it very, I was like, that was really cool of him to do that. And I felt really cool to be with somebody who was that generous. I think, looking back at it now, I think it's a coping mechanism. I think he uses money to cover up for his other flaws. And one of those flaws I'm about to tell you about is how he is not faithful in a relationship. And I genuinely do not believe if he respects women. I mean, obviously he doesn't respect women, but that was like a major issue and a major reason for why I really just, kind of wasn't interested anymore. So, kind of to pick up from where my other TikTok left off from the other day, this is now in the fall. I am at a nail appointment and I'm sitting there getting my nails done. And my nail tech knows about my boyfriend at the time. She's also has someone who she talks to occasionally who was also a farmer. So we kind of like bantered back and forth about the farmers we were with, and she knew his name. She knew what he did. She knew where he lived at, because that's what you do when you get your nails done. You talk with your girlfriend and you get your nails done, and it's like a whole thing. And then come the end of that nail appointment, I just knew the whole time it was a little fishy. I go pay for my nail appointment, and then the conversation just kind of like hits a lull. I'm getting ready to schedule my appointment, and I could tell something is off. And finally she opens up and she tells me what the problem is. And she tells me, she's like, hey girl, when anybody says hey girl, it's like an issue. So she's like, hey girl, I have to tell you this. And she shows me her phone, and it has screenshots of a Hinge dating profile, which is his Hinge dating profile, where he has not only matched with her on Hinge, he sent her a message and he said, hey cutie. So she proceeds to show me all of his Hinge profile, and I am just staring at this screen in utter shock, because who saw that coming? Not me. Come back for part 3. It's coming. Part 3. Don't miss it. Y'all, I'm about to laugh so hard because I just went back through my phone to go back and double check these screenshots that I of course still have, to like make sure I don't miss out on any details, because y'all, the Hinge profile is honestly laughable. It is genuinely laughable. Okay, so I'm sitting there staring at this girl's phone, my nail tech, and I am locked in on her phone looking at this Hinge profile. That's my boyfriend. Okay, it's nobody else, it's him. And he matched with her on Hinge. He called her a cutie. He thought she was cute. But let's talk about the details, okay? Detail number 1, the date. So the date of the screenshot is for Saturday. Let me tell you where this man was at that Saturday that he matched with her. He was laid here on my couch watching his dumb show, that because he did not want to watch my show, okay? I was in the middle of, I think, Handmaid's Tale at the time, and I was in my own house that I paid my own bills for, and I was being the hostess with the mostest. I said, baby, if you don't want to watch my show, that's fine. I'm going to go in the other room, watch my show. You can sit here on this couch and watch your show. And that's what he did. But little did I know, right after I cooked him a nice little meal, he was laid up on my couch on his Hinge that he re-downloaded and updated, because I'm going to tell you what the updates were too from before when we first matched, okay, because he updated it. He was sitting here matching with women at my house, okay? So there's no denying what day he matched with her, because it's got the date at the top. It's got the date where she screenshot it. So we're going to come back to that, because he lied about that later on when I confronted him. So I'm sitting there in the booth, okay, at the nail salon, looking at her phone, and these are the other details. So I know he matched with her on a Saturday while he was sitting here at my house. Detail number 2, okay. Tell me why this profile says, on the little line where it says, what's your relationship type? It says, figuring out my relationship type. Clearly, you're trying to figure it out because you're in a serious relationship and now you're on a dating app talking to other women. Yeah, you're trying to figure something out, and I'm trying to figure out how to get rid of you. So he's sitting in my house. He's matched with her. Now we're still looking at this Hinge profile. Okay, I'm scrolling and looking at it. You know, I'm just in shock, just staring at it. Every photo on that Hinge profile, y'all, is a new photo. New from when I matched with him back in May, okay? It's photos that he had been taking of himself while he was dove hunting, particularly. I know they were dove hunting photos because he was dove hunting and he would take a picture of himself and he would send it to me like through our personal text messages because, you know, we're boyfriend and girlfriend, and that's sweet. You send each other like little photos because he doesn't use Snapchat, okay? He doesn't have a Snapchat. So he would just text me photos of himself and I would heart it like a good little girlfriend, okay? He was cute. But these photos are now on his Hinge profile. So they're recent photos that he's taken. So not only does he have a dating app, he has updated the dating app, okay? Tell me why. On one of the prompts on the Hinge site now, it says, dating me is like winning the lottery. Y'all, I don't know any girl who's ever been cheated on where we feel like we're the lottery winner. Sure, you have a nice income. Don't get me wrong, you have a great income. But money is garbage when you're a garbage human. I'm sorry. Nobody wants your money. Well, maybe some people do, okay? Maybe my values are too high. But I didn't want his money if it meant I was going to be unhappy and with a man who was not going to be faithful to me. So, sure, for some women, maybe they did win the lottery with that one. But for me, I felt like the biggest winner, you know? I have been chronically single. You know, the last kid picked for the dodgeball team. I think I finally met my man. And now my man is on a dating app, matched with my nail tech. So, real big winner. What else is on this Hinge profile? Oh, he put a comment on the Hinge profile talking about, you know, what he likes to do. Dating him looks like dinner dates once a week. Yeah, once a week, because you don't want to date a woman who lives in your town. You want to date a girl who is probably miles and miles away so you can continue to do whatever you're probably doing in your hometown. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Yeah, you're only available for a dinner date once a week because you can't be in a relationship that requires you to be in town. So, y'all, I left that nail appointment. I took my phone and I took pictures of her phone, so I had my proof that if he tried to deny it. And I got in the car and I drove home. And you better believe I got on the phone immediately, and I call him up, and he answers, and he's real chipper like he always is when he gets on the phone with me. And I ask him this question, okay? I asked him, I said, are we or are we not in a serious relationship? Because at this point, we both deleted our dating apps back in May after we met each other that first night. Y'all, I know that's a huge red flag, okay? I also didn't tell y'all this. He told me he loved me that first night. We met on my birthday, and he knew I was going out to, like, hang out with other friends that night. And I don't know if it was just out of insecurity or what, but he wanted to lock me down. So he told me he loved me. And I was like, y'all, I'm not going to lie, I've been drinking a little bit. And I was like, oh my gosh, he loves me. And we deleted our dating apps that night. So everything got deleted back in May. So at this point, now we're in the fall. This was in October. I went and checked my receipts of the screenshot. This was the beginning of October. He had just come to dinner, like a family dinner with me that Saturday, paid for my whole family. I'm like, we're in a serious relationship. Are we not? So I asked him on the phone. I said, are we or are we not in a serious relationship? He goes, yeah, of course we are. Why? And that's when I break the news to him. I said, well, that's crazy, because I just got out of my nail appointment and my nail tech showed me her phone where you matched with her on Hinge. So if we're in a serious relationship, why are you on a dating app? And it was crickets. And then I asked this question again. I said, if we're in a serious relationship, why are you on a dating app? And he finally responded. And this was his answer. You know, I told you he was coming back. Oh, I don't know. I was just bored. I was at work one night in the middle of the night and I was bored. And I said, oh, that's crazy. I said, because most people who are bored, first of all, it pisses me off. He makes almost triple what I make. And he has time to be bored at work. You have time to be bored making almost a 6-figure paycheck at your job. That's so dumb to me. Like, as an educator, that just really, like, irks my nerves, because I'm not only working one job, I'm working 2 jobs. I'm going to tell you right now, I've never been bored for a minute at my job. So, y'all, these pink collar jobs are no joke. Like, we don't got time to be bored, and we're not making enough money to be bored either. But he does. He makes plenty of money doing what he does, and he has clearly time to be bored. But I responded and I said, well, that's really crazy, because, like, when I'm bored, I don't download dating apps and I don't talk to other men. If I was bored, I would download a game. If I was bored, I would listen to a podcast. If I was bored, I would, I don't know, maybe go find something to do at work to make myself useful, because, you know, this company's paying me money to work. But no, we're very different, clearly. And when he was bored, he decided to download a dating app, update it, and cheat on me. And my nail tech caught him. So what did I do? You know, I was holding on as tight as I could, because I was tired of being the bridesmaid at the wedding. I was ready to be the bride. And I was really genuinely trying to see, like, any solution to this problem. I said, okay, I was like, you've broken my trust. The only way I would even consider staying at this point, you know, given what you've done, you know, I did not know if he'd actually gone on any dates with anybody. I did ask him, and he said he did not. And I said, so what are you doing? He's like, just talking to women, because I'm bored. Because I was unavailable, because he would be awake in the middle of the night working. I was in bed, okay? He was bored. He wanted to talk to people. He needed attention, okay? He needed his ego stroked. And I wasn't available to stroke it. So I told him, I said, the only way I would stay in this relationship was, and I gave him XYZ things. I said, you have to delete everything off your phone. Anything that is accessible to you to talk to other women, it's got to go. I said, because we're in a serious relationship, we're not talking to other people. Number 2, you got to turn your location back on, because I'm sorry, buddy, I don't trust you anymore. And number 3, you have to tell me why you want to be with me so badly if you're going to break my trust so easily. Like, what about me is so great that you want to actually be in a relationship with me? Because it doesn't seem like you do want to be in a relationship with me. It seems like you want to talk to other people. So those are my 3 conditions. I said, delete everything off your phone, turn your location back on, because you're a liar, and tell me why you want to be with me so bad. And y'all would not believe what he told me. Okay? Part 4. So I really hope that this is the last part of this story, but I also think it's so comical that when I started this, I said, okay, it's a 10-minute timer, not thinking I was going to need the full 10 minutes. Clearly, this is how we all get trapped on these TikTok story times, is because we got some professional yappers out there, me included, okay? So I'm going to try to yap and finish this story up. So before I continue, let's go back to that first lie that I missed to, like, I didn't meet my ending point, okay? You remember how I said the first detail I noticed on that screenshot was that he matched with her on a Saturday at my house? Like, as soon as he matched with her, she screenshot it, guys. Like, she did. He was at my house matching with her. So that was a lie. When I confronted him and I said, why are you matching with other girls on Hinge? His answer was because he was bored at his job. Yo, he wasn't at his job when he matched with her. He was at my house on my couch. He was bored here at my house. He had a woman accessible to him right in the other room. And instead of talking to me, his girlfriend, he was here on my couch matching with women. And he will deny that to this day, but I'm sorry, like, screenshots don't lie. They just don't lie. The timing of that nail appointment, so he had matched with her on that Saturday. This nail appointment was only a couple days later. Like, there's no way that she has a picture of you that says Saturday and it's only been a couple days since then. Like, I'm sorry, you're a liar, okay? You don't respect women and you're a liar. So let's go back to those 3 conditions. So I've now caught him cheating. I said, you have to turn your location, the first thing I said was, you have to delete everything off your phone because you're a liar and you're talking to other girls. You have to turn your location back on your phone because I don't trust that you are where you say you are. So at the beginning of our relationship, he did have his location on his phone. And y'all, I'm not going to lie, that's my favorite TV subscription. And if you're a girlfriend with a boyfriend, you're a liar if you say that it's not. Because I'm sorry, that's just care and attention. I don't necessarily want to be texting you all day long, like checking in with you all day long, like, where are you going? What are you doing now? What are you doing now? But I want to know because I care about you. So I'm sorry if I'm subscribed and I want to watch my favorite TV show of you, like, going from point A to point B, like, oh, I saw you went to KFC for dinner. I don't know if that makes me a crazy person. I guess I'm crazy. But I'm not going to bring it up all the time. But it's just peace of mind to know that you're following your regular routine. Like, when you are in a long-distance relationship and you see the pattern of, oh, they go to work, they go to the farm, they go home, they go to work, they go to the farm, they go home, they go visit their grandma's house, they go to work, they go to the farm, they go home. There's no questioning. There's nothing to question. And he had the ability to do that. And when you find out that he didn't do it, it just is crazy. So I told him to turn his location back on. And then number 3, guys, I told him, I said, I need to hear you verbalize and tell me. Because, y'all, one of my love languages is words of affirmation, genuinely. So at this point, I'm feeling so low and defeated that this man is going to cheat on me and he's going to break my trust. And so I was telling him, you have to explain to me why you want to still be with me, because your actions are not proving that you want to be with me. So tell me in your own words, why is this worth, like, saving? Like, what about me is good to you? And out of all the things you could say, you could talk about my character, how genuine I am. You could say how sweet I am. You could say how hardworking I am. I was open to him saying how good of a cook I was. Any of the things that spoke positively on my character that I know to be true of myself and everyone else in my life knows to be true of me could have been said. Tell me why this man was trying to piss me off. Because you know what he said? He said, you are low maintenance. Who in their right mind is trying to save a relationship and is given the opportunity to say something? Like, you're trying to save yourself from getting caught cheating, and I ask you to tell me what is one thing that makes you want to stay in this relationship, one thing you love about me, and you say I'm low maintenance. Get out of here with that disrespect, because honestly, at this point, you're just trying to piss me off. And because at this point, we're just texting back and forth this late in the evening, and I don't want to talk to him on the phone, and I was appalled. I was genuinely appalled. So I texted him back, and I said, how dare you? And I don't want to speak wrongly, and I've deleted the messages since then, so I can't go back and reread it, but I'm pretty sure it was something along the lines of, like, how dare you call me low maintenance when there are so many other things you can speak to my character. And y'all would have thought I would have left after that, but no, I didn't. And I was wrong for that. I didn't leave after that. So now we're in October. Have not seen him for a weekend visit since prior to my nail appointment. So I have not seen him in person now since he got caught cheating. So we go through the month of October, and we have an event planned that he's supposed to come to. Now, the crop that he farms is scheduled to be baled throughout the month of October. So he had probably mentioned to me at the beginning of our relationship that come farming season, like when it's time to harvest, he's not going to be as available. But he didn't really tell me that when he was at my house the previous time, that coming up, we weren't going to be seeing each other for like a while. And also in the beginning of our relationship, he would tell me that I could come up to his house and visit him on those weekends where he wasn't going to be able to come here because he had to farm. And I was like, oh, absolutely. I would love to come see your farm. I would love to come meet your family. Like, you tell me when and I'll go. And we even had a time planned where I was going to come and visit his family, and he canceled it. He did not want me to come to visit his family. And he kept telling me his reason for doing that was just moving too quick for him. Like, he takes a long time before he does that. And I was just trying to be respectful of his wishes. But, you know, hindsight's 20/20, and now we are where we are, and we're not together anymore. So I really am trying to not ramble. Let me gather my thoughts. Okay, back to this event in October. So this event in October is Greenville Country Music Fest, and my dad has a job where he gets tickets to this event every year. So I really wanted him to come with me to this concert and hang out with me and my dad, and he said he was going to come. So I am more than willing to work in this relationship. I've given him the 3 things that I needed. Y'all, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if he did the 3 things. I know he didn't turn his location back on. And I know he didn't tell me anything good. But let's say he did do number 1. Let's say he did delete his dating apps. You know, that would have been the honest thing for him to do. And we know he's really honest. So I'm still in this relationship with this fool at this point. Waiting for him to drive up from his hometown to my hometown to come to Greenville Country Music Fest. Haven't really heard from him that much all day long. It's getting closer and closer to the time that he needs to be in the car driving from his place to my place in order to make it to Greenville Country Music Fest on time. And he's just not responding at all. So I need to leave my house now, like within the next 30 minutes. And I finally get a call from him, and he is still 2.5 hours away at his farm. So obviously he's not coming to Greenville Country Music Fest. Sorry, you fell. He's obviously not coming to Greenville Country Music Fest. He's now stood me up for an event that we had plans to attend, and he's not coming. So that really made me upset. He did, in his head, he was like, I just got to work, like, you're just going to have to deal with it. And I was like, it's not about you having to work, it's the problem. It's the problem that you said you were going to do something, and now you're not keeping your word. So not being respectful in our relationship, was not respectful to me when he made the comment about me being low maintenance, was not respectful when he got caught cheating on me. The theme of disrespect is just a trend in this relationship, and I'm sorry if you're in a relationship that has a partner that's not respectful. You're just gonna have to go, because that should be like the lowest standard to meet is respect. Like, it's the bottom of the totem pole, and if you can't do that, it's not worth sticking around. And I also saw that in November when, I guess we were still together, but honestly we were barely talking. I got into a car accident in November, and obviously I called him because, you know, I'm alone. I don't have many people to talk to. I called my mom and I called him. And the next day, instead of, you know, checking on me, asking me, hey, how are you doing after the car accident? It was just like some dumb random text message. It was no care at all. And I just realized in that moment, I said, this person does not genuinely care about me. They just care about what I can offer for them. And they have no intention of fixing this relationship. And so in November, I ended everything. It was like the beginning of November. I ended everything. And I basically ended all contact with him. And I thought our relationship was just done at that point. And I was genuinely okay with it. Wasn't okay with being alone again, but was better than being with him. So I said I was done. Sent him a text message and ended our relationship. Got back on the phone, obviously, after that. And that was... I'm going to keep this really quick just to wrap up the end of this story to kind of let you know where we are present day, months later. This man has proceeded to continue to reach out to me like once every blue moon since we broke up in November. It's always a text of like, what are you doing? How have you been? And I'm not going to lie, I have responded a couple times just because I'm in a season of extended singleness where like I really am not interested in dating. There's other factors that have played into that I'm not going to get into today, maybe in another time. But I'm just not interested in dating. I really have found some peace in my life that I am very interested in keeping. So the most I've had contact with him is like maybe a phone call here and there. Always the same. Like, if you were genuinely trying to fix this relationship, I'm sorry, would you explain to me, would you get on the phone and like FaceTime somebody while you're watching a TV show and like not really even look at somebody on the phone or like talk to them? Because that's what it was like. Like, he would FaceTime me and I would miss the call, and he'd FaceTime me again, I finally answer it, and he would just be staring at the TV. So it's like he's not even looking at me on the phone, and he was like barely talking. So those were like the kind of attempts I was getting at trying to fix this relationship. The most serious message I got from him was actually probably like about a month ago, and he was like, tell me what I have to do to make this work and to fix this relationship. And I started considering it more seriously just because we're in a chronic season of singleness. I'm a psychopath. You know, sometimes we don't make good decisions in our heads for ourselves. And, you know, maybe it takes making TikToks like this to understand that. But this was like the most recent conversation we had and how it went. So we're on the phone kind of discussing you know, what are we going to do to make it work? So I responded to that text and I said, if you want to make this work, we need to meet up and we need to talk, because I have many things that I want to go over, of things like I'm not willing to compromise on, and if he's not willing to do it, there's no point in us getting back together. So we had talked about making a plan to actually meet up this Saturday to discuss what it would look like for us to get back in a relationship that would actually be a healthy one with, you know, trust and integrity. And prior to doing that, he started questioning kind of like my activities that have been happening like since we've been broken up. He wanted to know if I've been dating anybody. He wanted to know if I've been seeing anybody. And I answered his questions honestly, because I'm not a liar. He might be a liar, but I'm not a liar. And let me tell you, he did not. He's a very jealous man, and he did not like my answer. So then he decided to retaliate. So our last conversation ended very poorly. We had made a plan to meet up on Saturday to meet for dinner, I guess, and kind of talk about things. And then he texted me after, you know, agreeing to meet. And he was like, I just need to think about what kind of woman I want to be with. And I was genuinely asking him, I said, what does that even mean? I said, as far as I know, I'm the only woman you're talking to. Because I had asked him that too. I said, have you been dating? Like, how have you been? And he said, no, I've not been dating. I work too hard to date. He works too hard to date. Doesn't work hard enough to be too busy to talk to women at work, but he was too busy to date. And so he texts me after we agreed to meet, because now he's mad about, you know, what I've been doing for the last couple months. I've been talking to other men. That was unacceptable to him. He didn't like that. Even though I'm a single woman, I can talk to whoever I want to talk to. And it's not your business to get mad about that, because honestly, we're only in this situation where I'm single and dating because he wanted to do what he wanted to do in the first place. So genuinely, it's all his fault. So he finds out about my little dating history within the last couple months, and he sends me a text after, and he's like, I just want to figure out what kind of girl I want to be in a relationship with. And I respond with a laughing emoji, and I said, what does that even mean? Because I think he's joking. He said, I just have all these women chasing me. If you got all these women chasing you, why are you chasing after a woman who lives 2.5 hours away? Genuinely. So I get on the phone with him now, because this is comical. Like, I think he's actually kidding. No, y'all, he's not kidding. He thinks he's got a roster, I guess, and I'm just a girl on the roster, and absolutely not. There's generally no good reasons for me to get back in this relationship with you unless you are 100% committed to fixing the issues we had prior. And if you are already entertaining other women while you're having this conversation with me about fixing our relationship, clearly you've not learned anything from what you've done. I don't have any time to entertain anything with you. And he actually hung up with me on the phone because I was laughing at him. So he hung up on me. I was like, nope, not doing the disrespect. We're not going to do that. And I thought that was going to be the end of it. I thought I wasn't going to hear from him anymore, because I've made him mad because I was dating other people, and now I was laughing at him, and he hung up on me. Y'all, like I told you earlier today, this man texted me today and asked me what I was doing. And we did not respond to him, and we're not going to respond to him because this door is closed. This chapter is done. I guess this will be the final part of this series. But yeah, that's how I got into a relationship with somebody who I caught cheating on me through my nail tech. So I hope you've enjoyed the series. I'm sorry for leaving you on a cliffhanger the other day, but please, y'all, like I told you, I'm just a broke baddie trying to make some money out here like everybody else is on social media. So if you really have enjoyed this set of series, I have so many other stories to talk about with men I have dated that are truly like, y'all just have had the worst luck with men. And I have really great stories. So if you want more story times of other men I have had encounters with, or other just like crazy stories about my life, you should definitely follow me on TikTok, and I will continue to make and post stories like this, and I'll also continue to make other stories about my life and keep you updated on just my daily journey. So come on and join us over here in Liz in her late 20s, because it's been a time, and I would love to take you along with me. So I hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend, and I will talk to you tomorrow, hopefully, after I get some much needed rest, because it is way too late for me to be on this app. Good night.
Hey guys, get ready with me while I'll tell you guys how I found out my ex-boyfriend did things with my best friend. Okay, we're gonna start it off by me and my best friend getting to know each other in 7th grade in science class. So she was this new girl and she didn't really know English. Okay guys, wait, aside from the story time, if my makeup turns out a little bad, is because I haven't done my makeup in a while. Okay, but getting back to story time. Okay, so we're gonna call her Ariana. They sat Ariana behind me because there was no more desks, and obviously since she was the new girl, she was really shy and she wouldn't really talk in class. So when she needed help, the teacher would always ask me to help her out. So let's just say it's already the middle of the school year and me and her were already getting like these strong connections, but we also didn't really know each other that good. Okay, so we were getting to know each other in the summer to go to 8th grade. That's when we really like found out that we just both really needed each other, because I also found out that she was getting bullied in her old school, and that was the reason why she moved to the school that we were in and that we met in. We started talking a lot, and then we found out that me and my ex-boyfriend and her had 1st and 4th period together. All this was at the beginning of the year, so it was really hard for me to get through that 8th grade year. In the summer, to go to 8th grade, we're just gonna call it in the summer. So in the summer, I had been getting a lot of calls of, I don't know if they were his friends or just other people. They would call me with no caller ID or with their number. They would text me through other phones telling me and showing me videos of him being with other girls, well, cheating on me multiple times, and I still stayed, guys. I still stayed. And I just never really listened to them, because when I would confront him about it, he would always say that, oh no, like that's not me, or like I wouldn't do that to you. And he would just always say no he didn't, and no he didn't, and I would always believe him. That happened probably more than 7 times where people would call me. I also have screenshots and videos of those calls and videos of messages that they would send me, but I cannot show those. Okay, so then it would also just get to the point where just like a lot of people would just tell me that, oh, I saw him here, I saw him there with like another girl, or he's been doing this with another girl, and I would just never believe the people, and I would always go to him. So get that in your mind, that I would just never believe the people and I would always go to him. So it was the beginning of the school year, and me and that girl had just gotten super close. So then me and that girl, Ariana, my best friend, we're just gonna call her my best friend for now because, okay, we had gone really close, and we got like these really special connections that we just both really understood everything. Mind you, that year my best friend also had moved to a different town, so I was basically alone, and I just had my ex-boyfriend. Aside from the story time, you guys know I don't put anything on my forehead because of my acne breakouts. Okay, going back to the story, I'm sorry guys. And for the ones who don't, I'm sorry. I used to do Get Ready With Me, so that's how most of you guys know. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm just gonna go back to it. Okay, so let's just say me and Ariana, my best friend, had gone really close, and since she would tell me a lot about her, I would tell her a lot about me. We just both were there for each other. And mind you guys, I thought she had the sweetest soul ever. And for most of the ones who know this story, I'm pretty sure like half of the ones who follow me here know this story. You guys know that I thought that she had the sweetest soul. Like, I swear guys, she was the most innocent, beautiful soul, sweet girl ever. And she did so much to me. Okay, so since we had 4th period together, she got my phone number. And she got my phone number in 7th grade, but we just really never called or talked till we had 4th period together, which was math. We both had trouble with math. We would both understand it, but we both needed help. So we just figured that we could both help each other out. This is my playlist, by the way, I'm sorry. Okay, so we just both figured that we could help each other out and not have trouble with that class at all. So we would call every single day, like at 6 or 7, to help each other with our homework. If she didn't understand something, I would help her out with that. If I didn't understand anything, she would help me out with that. And we would just both compare homework. Till it came to the day where it was a Tuesday and we were on call. We were doing our homework and everything. And she told me okay, mind you guys, I'm the type of person to have sleepovers on a school day and go to the school with that person the next day. So she asked me if I could go to sleep if I could have a sleepover at her house and we could both go to school together the next day. So I asked my mom about it, but since my mom didn't really know her mom or her dad that much, my mom said no. But if my mom could get to know her mom and her dad a little more, then I would get to the point where I could go sleep at her house. So then my mom said no, and she asked if she could stay to sleep at my house. And her mom said no because she didn't know my dad. So we were like, okay, fine. We can just do it another day once they meet up. But then she came up with this idea that she could, mind you, I was in cross country season by then. So I would be like really busy like in practices, or I would just go out to run in general. She came up with the idea that she could come home with me after school or after practice, and because she really had to tell me something. So I was like, okay. So I asked my mom about it, and she said yeah. Her and my now best friend came with me after school because that was the plan that Ariana had made for me and Ariana to come home, to come to my house after school. So she waited for me and my now best friend to get out of practice so she could come home with us. And that was the day that my mom met both of my best friends. Then one is still my best friend, but that was the day that my mom met Ariana and my other best friend, and my mom really liked both of them. My dad even came up like with conversations, like they talked and everything, and they got to know each other. So then my other friend, my other boy best friend, wanted to come over, but he didn't have a ride. Mind you, me and him both play the guitar, so we both like kind of like try to collab, but it didn't really work. So he wanted to come to play the guitar with me and for Ariana and my other best friend to kind of hear us. So we went to go pick up my boy best friend to his house. We get home and Ariana and my other best friend were still in their uniform. So I asked if they wanted to borrow some of my shorts so they can change and not be uncomfortable with their uniform. They said yes. So Ariana and my other best friend got into the restroom to change, and me and my boy best friend just stayed outside. We were singing and we even recorded how we sang. Like, we were just having fun. It was like really like fun for me that day because I was already like in that mental thing where like I was already sad because my ex-boyfriend had already done so much things to me. So I just really needed to like, you know, like have at least like a fun day. So then they got out and everything, and then Ariana tells me that she has to talk to me. And obviously I didn't think anything like of it. So I was like, okay. But then she told me that she needed to tell me like just me and her. So then after that, my boy best friend was like, I'm hungry. So then I told my other best friend, I was like, can you go like serve him some lasagna? Because before he even got here, we ate lasagna. So I was like, can you like go like serve him please? And I know it's like my house and I'm like supposed to like, you know, but she needed to talk to me, and obviously I wasn't gonna be like, can you guys get out? Like, I'm not trying to be like I'm not rude like that. So then I was just like, okay, can you go serve him? So my best friend went to go serve him, and Ariana told me that my ex-boyfriend forced her to do things, and I was in shock. I was like, what? And I was like, what do you mean? And she told me that supposedly it was a Thursday. Mind you, that Thursday that she's telling me about was the day that my ex-boyfriend was hanging out with my boy best friend's little brothers. And my boy best friend lives in apartments. So like obviously like a couple of like friends live there too. And that Thursday that she told me that it all supposedly happened, I also got told that my ex-boyfriend was caught kissing another girl. Mind you, he stayed asleep at my boy best friend's house. That boy best friend is the boy who went over to my house and was now eating lasagna. Okay, you guys have to go to part 2 because I'm running out of time. So I'll just see you guys in part 2. Okay guys, this is part 2 of you guys getting ready with me while I'll tell you guys how I found out my ex-boyfriend did things with my best friend. Okay, so that Thursday, my ex-boyfriend basically did a lot of things. Not just forced my Ariana, but was also caught kissing another girl. So obviously I told Ariana in the moment that she was telling me, I told her, I was like, I have to tell him. So I had my phone on the side and I had my iPad on my lap. She was sitting on my vanity and I was sitting on this little chair next to my vanity. So I was texting him through my iPad and I had my phone on the side. When I told her that I was gonna tell him and confront him about it, right when I told her, she told me to wait and not tell him because she didn't want him to find out that she was the one who told me. So then I don't know why right away it clicked on my brain that it was all a lie. I was like, no, like she's probably just trying to do something, like she's probably just lying about it, she probably just wants us to be done, right? So then it just all clicked in my head and I was like, it's a lie. So then I was like, I don't care. So I texted him and I told him, is it true that you forced Ariana to do this, this, and this and that? And he was obviously telling me que no, que he didn't do this, he didn't do that, that he promised me, he sweared on everything that he didn't do anything with her. So I was obviously in like, should I believe my best friend or should I believe my boyfriend at that time? So if you really put it in mind, it was really hard for me because I couldn't choose what side to believe and what side to not believe. When she was telling me all that, my boy best friend and my best friend went in the room, and obviously they went in and me and Ariana were just like all serious, like we weren't smiling, nothing. It was all just serious faces, and they didn't know anything about it because obviously Ariana had told me when my best friend went to go serve my boy best friend some lasagna. They didn't know anything about it. My mom walks in and she sees that we're all serious. She asked us que si que teníamos y por qué estábamos tan serios. So I just said nothing. My girl best friend left and my boy best friend stayed. It was all really awkward because I was trying to tell him what happened, but I didn't want Ariana to see that I was like talking like smack about her in front of her, if you guys get me. So I would be texting him and he wouldn't really he wouldn't go along with me. He would be like, why are you texting me? Like he would say it out loud and Ariana would hear. So I just waited for her to leave and I told him everything. It was really hard for me because I didn't just lose one person, but I lost two, right? Okay, so then at that time, Ariana was also going out with one of my friends. She was talking to him or dating him. Honestly, guys, I don't remember. But he obviously had to know. So the next day, we all went to school. And I went to go talk to Ariana's boyfriend. We're just going to call him her boyfriend. So I went to go tell him everything. And we both were just in shock. We didn't know whether if it was true or not. I went to go get Ariana and I told her, tell me the date that happened, tell me everything. So what she told me was that it was 3 a.m. and that she was in her apartment. And mind you guys, it was that Thursday that he stayed to sleep at my boy best friend's house because he hangs out with my boy best friend's little brothers. So that Thursday, it was 3 a.m. and that my ex-boyfriend texted Ariana and he told her to open the door, that it was an emergency, that she needed to open the door, that he couldn't handle it anymore. So she obviously opened the door. And so that she opened the door and that he just forced her to do things. And what I mean by things, you guys know what things I'm talking about, right? So how she told me was that she was forced and that she didn't want to do anything and that she didn't want to hurt me like that and that she knew he was my boyfriend and she just didn't want to do anything. So she was literally like SA. So I was gonna tell my mom obviously, but first I needed to find out what was going on and when it happened, how did it happen, everything, right? For me to tell my mom everything. So then that same day where I just found everything out, the day that we all went to school and me and Ariana's boyfriend kind of like talked everything out. We tried to figure everything out. We figured everything out. So I still had cross-country practice that same day. So I cried from lunch all the way to my 7th period. And running gives me so much peace, so that was what really calmed me down. And mind you guys, I wasn't gonna stay for practice, but no one knew what was going on but me, Ariana, the friends who came over that day to my house, and Ariana's boyfriend. So Mind you guys, I'm sorry. Mind you, my girl best friend and the boy best friend who came over to my house are also in the cross country team with me. So we all stayed for practice. That day, my boy best friend also went home with me after practice. So I broke up with my ex-boyfriend during first period. Then he chased me all the way to my second period, and he was crying or about to start crying, and I felt bad, and I got back with him. So ni duramos like 4 minutes without each other. So that whole day, all that from first to seventh period, that whole day, I was breaking up with him, getting back with him, breaking up with him, getting back with him, all that day. Like, it was like we basically didn't even break up at all because we would get back together every 2 minutes. So that day that I got out of practice with my boy best friend, my ex-boyfriend texted me a paragraph telling me, hi Steph, I just wanted to tell you thank you so much for always being beside me, for always listening to me. If you ever need anything, I'm always gonna have my arms open, blah 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 blah. So that obviously made me cry. So I started crying, and my mom was already there for me. So I get in the car, I'm crying, and she tells me like what's wrong. She was in shock because like I never really cry at school. Well, I never cry at school. All the times I cried at school was because of his dumbass. Okay, so I get in the car with my boy best friend because he wanted to make me feel better. So he came home with me. I just told my mom. I was like, Mom, my ex-boyfriend. We never even named my ex-boyfriend, but we're gonna call my ex-boyfriend Junior, guys. I'm so sorry, bro. I'm so bad at this. Okay, so I told my Mom, Junior forced Ariana to do things. And my mom was like, what? Like, she was like, ¿qué? Like, she was in shock. So I was like, yeah, and I just started crying. And then I let my boy best friend explain to her because I was bawling. So then right away when my boy best friend explained to my mom what happened, everything in details, my mom told me to text Ariana and tell her that my mom wanted to talk to her mom because she literally got SA. Because if it was forced, it's SA. So Ariana answers right away, and she tells me that my mom can't talk to her mom because she's going through some rough times and that things aren't okay at home and that a lot is going on and she doesn't want to cause more problems to her family. So then my mom told me to tell her that she could talk to her mom another day, that it was fine. Then Ariana replies and she tells me that she's gonna tell her mom eventually, but that she doesn't know how to tell her mom, but that she will tell her mom. So my mom was just in shock, and I send a message to my ex-boyfriend Junior, and I tell him that to please tell me the truth and everything. And obviously he's still denying it. He's still telling me that no, he didn't do anything, like to please like listen to what he's saying to me, and that it's not true at all. So then I get home and I wasn't with Junior anymore. Like I'm telling you guys, that whole day I broke up with him, got back together with him and everything, but the last thing that I did was break up with him. So there was no more getting back together for now. We talked things out at home through messages, me and Junior, and I obviously believed everything he told me. Then the next day we go to school and I get back with Junior during my first period. And then I just keep finding out more things and more things and more things and more things. If you guys want all those things, I'll tell you guys in another video. But it just has to do with him asking for pictures and girls accidentally confusing pictures with streaks. Okay, but anyways, I had gone back with him. Then I'm telling you guys, I kept finding out more things and I kept finding out more things. The last thing I did was I just couldn't anymore. I couldn't anymore. Ariana was crying literally all day, and that made me cry all day too. So that was my second day. Guys, go to part 3. I'm sorry. Guys, this is part 3 of me telling you guys a story time on how I found out my boyfriend did things with my best friend. My ex-boyfriend, sorry. Okay, so how I was telling you guys, that was my second day crying all day at school because I had finally left him. I think it was like during the hallway going to second period, I think it was, because mind you guys, if you guys remember how I ended the last part 2, I got back with him in first period, and I'm telling you guys that I broke up with him in the hallway to go to second period. Obviously, I told him, no, I'm done with you, and I just kept freaking walking, and he kept pulling my backpack. He pulled my backpack. He begged, and I said no, no, and no. Obviously, I cried all that day because I just couldn't anymore. It was just so much stress for me, and there was so much going on my head. So then all that day was just BS for me. It was bad. I could not see none of them, and it was really hard. It was worse for me because I had both of them for first period and fourth period. So that whole bad day happened. Then it was the next day. Me and him still talked even though we weren't together, but we still talked that whole week while everything was going on, and I was still trying to figure out a lot of things. We would still talk, and when we would even talk about what happened, he would still deny it and deny it and deny it. Ariana would post things about me on her WhatsApp status, and they would all just be like photos of me and then paragraphs of her saying like, perdóname mi niña que nomás por un tonto hice esto y esto y el otro. And she would just put a lot of things, and she would just say que perdóname y perdóname. Like, she would just make sad posts about me. Like, she knew what she did to me. So then I would obviously screenshot all of those freaking stories that she would post on her WhatsApp. And then the next day happened, and my mom tells me that there's someone outside of my freaking house. And it was her mom. Her mom wanted me to get a lot of information out of her because she didn't know what was going on with her daughter. So she came over to my house and she explained how Ariana wasn't doing good in school and that she had been crying a lot and that her grades were going down and she was just having so much anxiety in school and that nothing was going good in school. So I explained to her a lot of things that she didn't know, because besides that, I also found out that same week that she was sending pictures to another kid. And I had the screenshots of her messaging and like all the messages with her and that kid. Okay, mind you guys, that kid is her best friend's boyfriend. She had more best friends besides me. We're gonna name her best friend Jessica. So Jessica had already had a lot of problems with Ariana because Ariana would either steal her boyfriends or Jessica would steal Ariana's boyfriends. So then it came to a point where those two stopped being best friends. And Ariana would always come crying to me and I would always be there for her and I would always tell her a lot of things because no one liked Jessica. No one likes Jessica. So she didn't just get forced by my ex-boyfriend, but she was also sending things and pictures to her best friend's boyfriend. So then I told her mom about that too. She asked me so much things that I just had to get everything and I had to tell her everything. She told me to send her the screenshots. I sent her everything. She told me to send me the story she was posting about me. I sent her that too. Then her mom tells me that whatever Ariana was saying wasn't true. And that same day that supposedly, that Thursday that supposedly Ariana was saying that everything happened in, her mom told me that she has 2 dogs and that at 3 a.m. was the time that her mom was still awake. So she told me that that couldn't have happened because they were, like, her and her parents were still awake. And that she has 2 dogs and that it wouldn't be possible for Ariana to sneak in Junior, my ex-boyfriend. Guys, I'm sorry if I'm like, have so much things. Like, I still have to tell you guys a lot. That's why I'm like trying to process. So then her mom just told me that she didn't know what was going on with Ariana and that it was all just fake and that she just didn't know what was going on with her. She didn't know where she was getting those ideas from and who was telling her to say that. So then that happened and her mom did try to make us become friends again. But I'm not that stupid and I wasn't going to let that happen. So then it all just didn't end there. But Ariana also kept reposting things about me in her WhatsApp again. She started doing the same thing. And then in her stories of her WhatsApp, I don't know if she only had me to see them, but she did end up putting there that supposedly she did all of that because my ex-boyfriend told her to say it and because he thought he was hurting me a lot, that he couldn't find a way to break up with me and just leave me. So that supposedly Junior told Ariana to say all of that just for him to break up with me. That ended up being a lie. And how I found that out was because on November 30, my birthday, I was in my 7th period. Mind you, I have my ex-boyfriend in that 7th period. The teacher comes up to me and he gives me this little bag and he tells me that this girl left it for me and that it was for me for my birthday. So I pick up the gift, and in this bag there was a bracelet, a handmade bracelet, and there was a little card. I threw the card away, guys. I'm sorry. I could have read it to you guys, but I threw it away. So in that card, she told me that it was all true and that she didn't know how to tell me and that she didn't mean to hurt me and that she was not forced. That her and him did it because they both wanted to. So her saying that she got forced, that she sneaked him in, that she had to sneak him in, and that he called her and told her it was an emergency was not true at all. When all of that happened, and she gave me that card and everything, he even told me happy birthday and everything, but then he was still trying to get back with me. He was still planning to get with another girl, and I also had one of my friends text me and tell me that Junior was texting her to set him up with another girl. So that did end up happening and they did end up talking. I don't know how that went. That's none of my business. But it all just ended there and I just decided to leave him for good. So I obviously blocked Ariana and I lost contact with Junior. Mind you guys, me and him met in 4th grade and we started talking in 4th grade. Just as little kid love or whatever. My dad was friends with his dad. My dad was friends with his grandpa, I think. So we just knew that like we maybe could have had something like really good and like strong love. But obviously everything went wrong. And what was really weird to my mom and me was that they both did whatever they did. And I was just there in the middle trying to believe one of them. If I believed one of them, they were still lying. If I believed the other, they were still lying. So what me and my mom just really find stupid and weird is that he did do things with her and he did lie to me, but he was still begging to get back with me, even though I would like find out a lot of things. So if he did do it, why was he like begging to get back with me? That's what like me and my mom just don't understand. So then till now, till this day, I still have people coming to me and telling me that, oh yeah, Ariana said that her and him did it like 4 times already and that they just keep doing it and they just keep talking and hanging out or whatever. So another thing that really hurt me was that I was still hurt throughout almost my whole 8th grade year. I didn't enjoy anything, mostly because I didn't just lose both of them, but I also lost friends because the friends that would hang out with me when I was with him were my friends too. And when he got with another girl, all the friends went to like them or whatever. So then I also ended up losing a lot of friends and that made me feel so lonely. So I just really had to thug it out all my 8th grade year, having fake friends, not having my best friend besides me, and just getting really distant from my friend group. I had a lot of trouble going to school too because it was really embarrassing for me knowing that people had found out what they both had done to me and I was just there like the fool. So it was like really embarrassing for me to go to school. Sometimes I would just skip school because I couldn't go because of how embarrassed I was. So I just left his ass and I let her go, and now I have a lot of trouble having trust with people. But yeah guys, that's it for this story time. I hope you guys liked it. Thank you guys so much for watching and have a great day. Hey guys, get ready with me while I show you guys the screenshots of the story time I posted yesterday. I know I said I wasn't gonna show the screenshots for multiple reasons, but I'm still gonna do it anyways. I don't care anymore. I will be reading the screenshots and the paragraphs from my iPad, but I will be posting the screenshots up here. Every screenshot will get an explanation of where that screenshot belongs in the story time. Some videos I cannot upload to show here, like the calls that I would get of people telling me that Junior was cheating on me. So I will just be putting out the audios of the people that were telling me about that. On some of the audios, my voice does come out, so just letting you guys know it's me. So let's just get started. Okay, so this is one of them. I did cover the name just because I don't want their names to be out there. But this was just a guy who texted me, and he asked me if I was still with Junior, and I said yeah, and he just told me that he like cheated a lot and he had been cheating on me. This is another one. This is a screenshot of him and a girl. I don't know who that girl was, but he did reply to her story. Here is another one, and this is another girl. So they just had a conversation or whatever. Mind you guys, I was out of town. This was during October, and well, she basically just said I miss my ex, and then she sent a picture of her and her ex, and then Junior was like, get with him, and then me and you next. Okay, here's another one. This is the same girl from the past screenshot. So basically the girl was only sending him pictures when he called her cutie. Those are only the screenshots that I'm gonna show on here, just because there's more screenshots, but they're big long paragraphs and they do say his name a lot, and I just don't want to like be covering it all, but I can read it to you guys, and I will. So this is one of the paragraphs. I'm gonna read it to you guys, but I'm also gonna summarize it a little bit just because it's really long. This paragraph was sent by her mom a day after she came to my house to find everything out. So this paragraph just basically says, she texted me during school, so she just said like, buenos días, hija, sé que no es hora porque estás en clase, right? But then after that, she just told me que not just because Ariana is her daughter means that she's gonna give me a bad like attitude or whatever, because obviously it's not my fault that her daughter did all that to me. So here she's just saying that Ariana was gonna get grounded, one because she had said that Junior had forced her to do things, and the other one is because she brought him into her apartment. I know I didn't mention this in the story time. I probably did, that she, like, till this day she still says that like they already did it 4 times and everything. Well, during this time they had done it 2 times. So I'm just gonna read you guys a little small like paragraph just so you guys can get the idea, because I don't know how to summarize this and it's in Spanish. Okay, so here she's just explaining the reason why her daughter told me this way. Ahora porque te dijo a ti que lo que había hecho a la fuerza, porque ella lo que quería es que tú supieras lo que había pasado, pero ella al decir que lo hizo a la fuerza es porque ella lo que quería era que tú no le dejaras de hablar. So basically the reason why she told me that Junior had forced her was because she didn't want me to stop talking to her. But deep down, they both wanted to do it. The only reason why she told me that she was forced is because she didn't want me to stop talking to her. So basically, if she would have told me that her and Junior did it because they both wanted to, I would have stopped talking to Ariana. And that's what she didn't want. So that's the reason why she told me that she was being forced. Then at the bottom it just says that it wasn't her intention to break us up, and that Ariana never imagined for me to tell my mom. There's another paragraph, small paragraph that I wrote to her mom, and it's just me telling her that it was really hard for me because I have both of them for first period and second period. Sorry guys, fourth period. And I didn't mention this in the last story time, but after everything happened, I was the one that was left off like really hurt, and they would still talk like nothing happened. So then that would just really piss me off, because like, how are you gonna like do that to me and then like do things and then just talk like if nothing happened. She would also smile at me. She would call me amiga. Like that was like her way of like cariño or whatever. She would be like, ay amiga, or like whatever. But she would always smile at me. Like I say, she would always smile at me. She would always try to talk to me, and I would never waste a damn smile on her. Okay, here is another message between me and one of, we can't call her my friend because we don't talk at all, but this girl texted me and she told me that her friend had made a secret account and that she texted Junior like as a loyalty test, and that he failed completely. Mind you, this girl is also Junior's ex. And after she told me all of that, I obviously told Junior about it, and Junior said like, no, he didn't do anything. So obviously I got into a fight with this girl for saying like false information when everything was true, and I should have listened to her. So I just ended up fighting with her, and like we fought, we had beef and everything, but now we're good because I'm not with him anymore, and this was like a while ago. Me and Junior were together for a year or maybe half a year because I did break up with him two days before our 1 year anniversary. So then everything just hit even bad because obviously we were gonna hit 1 year, and everything was happening that week before our 1 year anniversary. Okay, here's another one that my cousin sent me. Junior had gone out to a XV, and he was kissing another girl. Okay, so in this paragraph it says that Junior was flirting with another girl, and that they kissed, and that they also slept together, and that they were behind I don't know what, and that he was hugging her. And then here it just says, I didn't want to ruin your relationship, but I just had to tell you. And then I didn't show this one on here, but because I didn't scribble out the names. So this is the girl that he had been calling cutie, and it's like the first screenshot, so I think I already said that, I don't know. But here it's just him telling her to send him pictures, and it just says there, send me pics of you, cutie. Okay, now this is a message between me and him. These are really old. Okay guys, I don't know what happened to the get ready with me, but I'm just gonna get ready after the video because no. Okay, so here I'm just telling him that someone who told me that he was going out with another girl and that they were in a talking stage. And then he just replied and told me that he didn't talk to that girl, but that he knew that girl, but that he just didn't talk to her at all. I knew that girl, and me and that girl were really close in 6th grade. So I'm just gonna read you guys what I told him. I just want to know if you guys are. I don't want to be a second option to you, so just be honest, please. I know you showed me the screenshots of you guys not talking, but she has changed a lot. That's the reason why we don't hang out or talk as much as we used to. So I technically stopped talking to that girl because she had gone into like a lot of trouble. She had changed a lot. She wasn't the same person that she used to be, and she completely turned into a different bad person. And then here he like just told me, he was like, I promise me and her don't have anything, like I swear that I'm not talking to her or anything. So then here I was just like, okay, I'm sorry. And then he was like, no, it's okay, don't worry. But the thing is, I don't know why I was apologizing if I literally was just trying to figure out if he was cheating on me or not. And then here he was like, you don't have to apologize, I don't care, because you're my girlfriend and you can ask me whatever you want, and I don't care if something isn't true, because I don't want to lose you, and you can ask me anything at any time you want or whatever, or whenever you hear something you don't like, you can ask me and it won't bother me because you're my girlfriend and I didn't do anything wrong. It's okay if you ask me. So there, bro, he's just sending me a whole freaking lame ass paragraph telling me that I can ask him anything or whatever, but behind my back he was still doing a lot of things, and I was still believing. And the reason why I would believe him a lot was because he would send those type of paragraphs. So I can't show this audio because it does say like the names and everything, but I'll just give you guys a little. Okay, hold up. He's your friend and all that shit. So in this audio, it's just like this girl telling me that he hooked up with another girl at Peter Piper, and that they just went out, and that I don't know what else they did, but that girl was the friend from the past paragraph about like the paragraph that I read to you guys, that was between me and Junior. I really hate doing this to you guys, but my dumbass deleted the calls of when the boys would call me and tell me that he was cheating on me. I did look for it and I recently deleted it and it's not there. I was just really trying to get over it, so I deleted everything. But I do have messages on my phone of when I texted that phone number. I'll make you guys a part 2 when I get. Hey guys, get ready with me while I show you guys the screenshots of the story time I posted yesterday. I know I said I wasn't gonna show the screenshots for multiple reasons, but I'm still gonna do it anyways. I don't care anymore. I will be reading the screenshots and the paragraphs from my iPad, but I will be posting the screenshots up here. Every screenshot will get an explanation of where that screenshot belongs in the story time. Some videos I cannot upload to show here, like the calls that I would get of people telling me that Junior was cheating on me. So I will just be putting out the audios of the people that were telling me about that. On some of the audios, my voice does come out, so just letting you guys know it's me. So let's just get started. Okay, so this is one of them. I did cover the name just because I don't want their names to be out there. But this was just a guy who texted me and he asked me if I was still with Junior, and I said yeah, and he just told me that he like cheated a lot and that he had been cheating on me. This is another one. This is a screenshot of him and a girl. I don't know who that girl was, but he did reply to her story. Here is another one, and this is another girl. So they just had a conversation or whatever. Mind you guys, I was out of town. This was during October, and well, she basically just said I miss my ex, and then she sent a picture of her and her ex, and then Junior was like, get with him, and then me and you next. Okay, here's another one. This is the same girl from the past screenshot. So basically the girl was only sending him pictures when he called her cutie. Those are only the screenshots that I'm gonna show on here, just because there's more screenshots, but they're big long paragraphs and they do say his name a lot, and I just don't want to like be covering it all, but I can read it to you guys, and I will. So this is one of the paragraphs. I'm gonna read it to you guys, but I'm also gonna summarize it a little bit just because it's really long. This paragraph was sent by her mom a day after she came to my house to find everything out. So this paragraph just basically says, she texted me during school, so she just said like, buenos días, hija, sé que no es hora porque estás en clase, right? But then after that, she just told me que not just because Ariana is her daughter means that she's gonna give me a bad like attitude or whatever, because obviously it's not my fault that her daughter did all that to me. So here she's just saying that Ariana was gonna get grounded, one because she had said that Junior had forced her to do things, and the other one is because she brought him into her apartment. I know I didn't mention this in the story time. I probably did, that she, like, till this day she still says that like they already did it 4 times and everything. Well, during this time they had done it 2 times. So I'm just gonna read you guys a little small like paragraph just so you guys can get the idea, because I don't know how to summarize this and it's in Spanish. Okay, so here she's just explaining the reason why her daughter told me this way. Ahora porque te dijo a ti que lo que había hecho a la fuerza, porque ella lo que quería es que tú supieras lo que había pasado, pero ella al decir que lo hizo a la fuerza es porque ella lo que quería era que tú no le dejaras de hablar. So basically the reason why she told me that Junior had forced her was because she didn't want me to stop talking to her. But deep down, they both wanted to do it. The only reason why she told me that she was forced is because she didn't want me to stop talking to her. So basically, if she would have told me that her and Junior did it because they both wanted to, I would have stopped talking to Ariana. And that's what she didn't want. So that's the reason why she told me that she was being forced. Then at the bottom it just says that it wasn't her intention to break us up, and that Ariana never imagined for me to tell my mom. There's another small paragraph that I wrote to her mom, and it's just me telling her that it was really hard for me because I have both of them for first period and second period. Sorry guys, fourth period. And I didn't mention this in the last story time, but after everything happened, I was the one that was left off like really hurt, and they would still talk like nothing happened. So then that would just really piss me off, because like, how are you gonna like do that to me and then like do things and then just talk like if nothing happened. She would also smile at me. She would call me amiga. Like that was like her way of like cariño or whatever. She would be like, ay amiga, or like whatever. But she would always smile at me. Like I say, she would always smile at me. She would always try to talk to me, and I would never waste a damn smile on her. Okay, here is another message between me and one of, we can't call her my friend because we don't talk at all, but this girl texted me and she told me that her friend had made a secret account and that she texted Junior like as a loyalty test, and that he failed completely. Mind you, this girl is also Junior's ex. And after she told me all of that. I obviously told Junior about it, and Junior said like no, he didn't do anything. So obviously I got into a fight with this girl for saying like false information when everything was true, and I should have listened to her. So I just ended up fighting with her, and like we fought, we had beef and everything, but now we're good because I'm not with him anymore, and this was like a while ago. Me and Junior were together for a year or maybe half a year because I did break up with him two days before our 1 year anniversary. So then everything just hit even bad because obviously we were gonna hit 1 year, and everything was happening that week before our 1 year anniversary. Okay, here's another one that my cousin sent me. Junior had gone out to a XV, and he was kissing another girl. Okay, so in this paragraph it says that Junior was flirting with another girl, and that they kissed, and that they also slept together, and that they were behind I don't know what, and that he was hugging her. And then here it just says, I didn't want to ruin your relationship, but I just had to tell you. And then I didn't show this one on here, but because I didn't scribble out the names. So this is the girl that he had been calling cutie, and it's like the first screenshot, so I think I already said that, I don't know. But here it's just him telling her to send him pictures, and it just says there, send me pics of you, cutie. Okay, now this is a message between me and him. These are really old. Okay guys, I don't know what happened to the get ready with me, but I'm just gonna get ready after the video because no. Okay, so here I'm just telling him that someone who told me that he was going out with another girl and that they were in a talking stage. And then he just replied and told me that he didn't talk to that girl, but that he knew that girl, but that he just didn't talk to her at all. I knew that girl, and me and that girl were really close in 6th grade. So I'm just gonna read you guys what I told him. I just want to know if you guys are. I don't want to be a second option to you, so just be honest, please. I know you showed me the screenshots of you guys not talking, but she has changed a lot. That's the reason why we don't hang out or talk as much as we used to. So I technically stopped talking to that girl because she had gone into like a lot of trouble. She had changed a lot. She wasn't the same person that she used to be, and she completely turned into a different bad person. And then here he like just told me, he was like, I promise me and her don't have anything, like I swear that I'm not talking to her or anything. So then here I was just like, okay, I'm sorry. And then he was like, no, it's okay, don't worry. But the thing is, I don't know why I was apologizing if I literally was just trying to figure out if he was cheating on me or not. And then here he was like, you don't have to apologize, I don't care, because you're my girlfriend and you can ask me whatever you want, and I don't care if something isn't true, because I don't want to lose you, and you can ask me anything at any time you want or whatever, or whenever you hear something you don't like, you can ask me and it won't bother me because you're my girlfriend and I didn't do anything wrong. It's okay if you ask me. So there, bro, he's just sending me a whole freaking lame ass paragraph telling me that I can ask him anything or whatever, but behind my back he was still doing a lot of things, and I was still believing. And the reason why I would believe him a lot was because he would send those type of paragraphs. So I can't show this audio because it does say like the names and everything, but I'll just give you guys a little. All that shit. Okay, hold up. He's your friend and all that shit. So in this audio, it's just like this girl telling me that he hooked up with another girl at Peter Piper, and that they just went out, and that I don't know what else they did, but that girl was the friend from the past paragraph about like the paragraph that I read to you guys, that was between me and Junior. I really hate doing this to you guys, but my dumbass deleted the calls of when the boys would call me and tell me that he was cheating on me. I did look for it and I recently deleted it and it's not there. I was just really trying to get over it, so I deleted everything. But I do have messages on my phone of when I texted that phone number. I'll make you guys a part 2 when I get. Hey guys, this is part 4 of the story time and screenshots. What I told you guys in part 4 is that I looked for the videos of me talking to the number that kept calling me and telling me that he was cheating on me. Mind you, those were his friends. I never found out who those friends were, but I had some couple people in mind, and I did end up deleting those, maybe just because I really wanted to get over it, and I deleted it And obviously I never had in mind that I was gonna make a story time on TikTok. So I don't have them, but I do have the messages between me and that number. So that number did end up calling me. It sounded like they were in a car. I did go on my Snapchat and I checked that one of his friends had his location on and he was in a car. Mind you guys, there wasn't just one person talking on the phone, but there was multiple boys talking on the phone. Two voices sounded really similar to me, and they're his closest friends that he now hangs out with a lot. So they called me and they told me that he had been cheating on me with the girl he got caught kissing at the apartments the same day that supposedly Ariana got forced. He told me he was gonna send me screenshots and videos of him being with that girl, and I obviously was ready for the videos and the screenshots. He never he took a while to respond to me, but I did tell him how much longer is it gonna take for you to send me those screenshots. It says right there. And he just told me he wasn't gonna send me the screenshots, and I was like, why are you not gonna send them to me? And he just told me that I was a snitch. And then I just started arguing with him, and I was just like, bro, like, what the hell would you tell me that? And then I was like, why would I snitch if I don't even know who the hell you are? So then right there, he was like, you do know who I am. And then I just kept saying a lot of names that like their voices sound similar to, so I just kept saying a lot of names and they all just kept saying no, that it wasn't that person. And then right there, he was just telling me Junior loves someone else, and then I was just like, that's cool. And then, well, I just got really mad, so I just told him, you don't tell me what to do and instead go figure out how to get yourself out of problems you might have. It's better if you stay away from the people's lives, and good luck with yours. That's all I put, and I literally just blocked that number. So it was just like really dumb, because I don't know why they would call me and tell me a lot of things and then tell me that they have screenshots and videos and then tell me that they're gonna send me the videos, and then I'm over here waiting like a dumbass, and then they don't send me anything. So then that just really pissed me off. And it wasn't that wasn't the only number that was calling me. There was multiple numbers calling me, and I just never figured out who the hell was calling me. I found a way to get Ariana's number back, and thank to the Lord that our chats are still saved. Okay guys, her name is there, but this is what I wanted to show you guys. This is a screenshot where I told her, and the day that I told my mom, that my mom wanted to talk to her because obviously like she was forced. And then that's when she told me that she couldn't because she wasn't home and because she had more problems at home. If I scroll down, you guys are gonna see the phone number, and we don't want that, so that's why I'm not scrolling down. And then at the bottom, she just sent me another paragraph telling me that she was so grateful for our friendship, and that her goal was just for her to tell me what happened, and that I was just a great friend to her for helping her out all the time and being there for her. And then I just put alright, me too is right there, because I wasn't gonna send her whole paragraph either after what she had done to me. Okay, she did post this story, and this is how I found out about her sending pictures to her best friend's boyfriend. If you guys don't remember, her best friend is Jessica. So Ariana did post the status on WhatsApp, and it's like I low-key can't see because it's all blurry. The number is like right there, and I don't want you guys to see the number. Oh shit, I'm sorry for the bad word. But you guys saw at the top, like, it's a status, and then there was like a little paragraph where there she was saying that she was really sorry for losing her best friend or whatever. And I thought she was talking about me, so I obviously told her something about it. I replied to it, and I was like, pero por hacer cosas que no debes. And like what I was just trying to say there is that she lost me because she was doing things that she wasn't supposed to be doing. So then after that, she told me que no se refería a mí, like she wasn't talking about me. And then like 3 minutes later, her best friend texts me, and she sends me the screenshots of her boyfriend and Ariana texting and sending pictures. And then obviously Jessica sent me the screenshots and everything between Ariana and her boyfriend, Ariana and Jessica's boyfriend. So then after that, Ariana was just telling me that she didn't know why the hell Jessica was saying those stuff about her, that it wasn't true, and that she wasn't sending pictures to Jessica's boyfriend. So then after that, I just called her a liar, and I was like, bro, that's so horrible. Like, why the hell are you being like this? And then I just told her que ya me habían mandado las capturas, that they had already sent me the screenshots of Ariana and Jessica's boyfriend. And then after that, I sent her an audio, but I don't want to play that. On September 4, it had been like, what, a month? Yeah, because it's August, September, and everything happened in August. On September 4, she looked pretty. And for the ones who know, maybe I treat people how they treat me. So if you're rude to me, I'll be rude to you, because respect does go both ways. So that day, I don't know why the hell I was feeling like such, like, I don't know why I was feeling like nice towards her. And I told her that she looked pretty. She ended up texting me and she told me, like, thank you so much for telling me that I looked pretty today. You made my day. And I just left her on scene, because I don't know what the hell was going on with me that day. And then on November 30, when I told you guys that she got me that gift, she sent me a little paragraph telling me happy birthday and that she loves me so much, or whatever. And I just put muchas gracias and then her name. We're gonna say Ariana. And I put a heart. I don't know what the hell. I didn't want to be rude. Like, okay, she did so much to me, but I still didn't want to be rude. Till now, the hell, I literally don't care. If she tells me something, I don't care, bro. Then in New Year's, she sent me a freaking little paragraph telling me, Happy New Year, Steph. Te quiero mucho. Te deseo un año con amor, felicidad y paz. Te deseo lo mejor. And she literally sent it to me 5 minutes before 12 a.m. So I was probably the first person she texted, if I'm not being delusional. Okay, I'm just kidding. But, you know, and I saw the message, but I just told her that I don't use WhatsApp anymore. And after that, I blocked her, because I was like, no, like after that, guys, she did something else, which I can't say because that's none of my business and it's nothing that affects me. So then that's when I just knew that she's just not she's not mentally okay. And then if she is mentally okay, then she's sick. So I just blocked her because I ended up going to this party or whatever. And obviously I'm the type of person, like, if I get there, I'm gonna say hi to everyone. So I ended up saying hi to everyone and I said hi to her. And I gave her a little side hug. Then when I turned around, they told me that she rolled her eyes at me. So then that also pissed me off so much, because I'm not trying to be rude. Like, I don't know. Maybe I just have a freaking sweetheart. But I got so pissed. Like, I got so mad. Because, like, obviously, I'm trying to say hi so that you don't look stupid just standing there, and I'm over here saying hi to everyone, and you roll your eyes at me when I say hi to you. But that's whatever. That's whatever. So then, again, I repeat, I blocked her, and I never wasted a smile on her. When she would be in front of me, I wouldn't even tell her, excuse me. I would literally just, like, freaking pass. Like, I wouldn't even say, like, excuse me, in order for me to pass, because I didn't even want to talk to her. Like, I didn't even want to say a freaking word to her. Then during the end of the school year, I found out more things that, like, I repeat, that she was saying that she had already done it with him more than 4 times and that they were just seeing each other secretly. So then I was like, bro, what? So then I just disappeared her from my life. Okay, now going to the part where I also had people make fake accounts to tell me that he was cheating on me. Okay, so this is the Instagram that made the account. I don't know who she is. Okay, guys, you guys are gonna have to go to part 3. I didn't want to make this long, but you guys are gonna have to go to part 3. Guys, this is part 3, part 5 of the story time and the screenshot. Okay, so how I was telling you guys, this is the account that was making the account to tell me that Junior was cheating on me. I had this girl or this boy, I don't know what she is, but I'm assuming she's a girl because she was talking in a girly way or texting in a girly way when she was telling me it. The username of the account is He's Cheating Baby, and then her bio is just her saying that we have to accept the request because she has to tell us some disappointing news. So then I obviously accepted it, and then right when I accepted it, she sent me a message telling me that that based on the bio that I had, like, I should have already known what she was gonna tell me. So then I just told her, tell me about it. I am gonna have to put the screenshot here just because the paragraph is so long and just so you guys can read it. Okay, this is the message that she sent me, or that the account sent me. I'm gonna leave it there for like 10 seconds. And obviously, I'm pretty sure you guys already have in mind, I obviously didn't believe what she was saying, even though I should have had believed her. So then I obviously replied and I told her if she was gonna be telling me stuff about him cheating on me, that it was better for her to tell me who the girl was. And then I also put that she didn't have to make a fake account about it and that she could have just told me in a regular account. And then I told her that I obviously needed a screenshot in order for me to believe that. And then she sent me another paragraph telling me that she couldn't tell me the names, but that obviously if I had a lot of people telling me that he was cheating on me, that I obviously should believe them, because it wasn't just her, but it was more than one friend telling me, more than one telling me that he was cheating on me, and I obviously didn't believe them. And then after that, she just told me that she didn't have screenshots and that she wouldn't be telling me that Junior was cheating on me if it wasn't true. There was people that would tell me that he was cheating on me just for us to break up. So then that's a reason why it was also really hard for me to believe people, because people would also do it just for us to break up. And even though those people were just playing around or whatever, I should have still listened to them. And then I just sent her another paragraph telling her that there was a lot of people trying to ruin our shit, and that I had been dating him for 4 years, and like every year had been the same thing. We had not been dating for 4 years, but like as I told you guys in the last story time in the last part, was that I had met him in 4th grade and we had something in 4th grade all the way to 7th grade and 8th grade. Then over here he just told me for me not to tell Junior about it because he was gonna play dumb about it. And then after that, she just told me that if she would actually meet me, like if we would meet in person, that she would show me a lot of things about him. So I obviously just told her, tell me when, and that never happened. This was when I was shopping for back to school, so we weren't even in school yet. So let's just say it was in August. That's it for these screenshots. Another thing that happened during that whole week that everything was happening, as you guys know, we were breaking up and getting back together the same day and the same week. So it was this morning, we're just gonna call it a Monday because I think it was a Monday. Ariana and Jessica, I was about to name drop. Ariana and Jessica came up to me in my locker in the morning, and Jessica told me that she couldn't hide it from me anymore, but that Junior was asking her for pictures. And I asked her when and how, and she obviously told me that it had been often for like weeks already and that she didn't know how to tell me. I never liked Jessica. I am gonna put that out there. I never liked Jessica, and maybe you guys know who I'm talking about, but I never liked Jessica, so I was always rude to her because I just never liked her, and her attitude was buns. So I did talk back to her and I just told her to stop telling me those things because I knew that it wasn't true. But then deep down, it actually stabbed me in the heart, and I got freaking heavy heart like in 2 seconds when she told me. So then I obviously went to first period where I had Junior at, and I told him that I didn't want to be with him anymore because he was asking other girls for pictures. And I did tell him the name, Jessica. I told him that I didn't want to be with him anymore because he was asking other girls for pictures and that one of those girls was Jessica. He grabbed me and he told me no, that it wasn't true, and he didn't know why the hell she was saying that about him, and blah 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 blah. So then lunch came and me and him were talking about it, and he was like, you know what, tell Ariana to bring Jessica, because they were always together in lunch since they were best friends. So then after that, Ariana goes and gets Jessica. Jessica's coming towards me, but she sees that it's me and she turned red, almost purple. But I don't know if she was scared or whatever, but I wasn't gonna do anything to her. And after that, Junior started screaming at her, and he started telling her que like ni al caso, that she wasn't even pretty, that she was ugly, that she didn't have anything, and that her compared to me was just not, like, it was just not. He just started screaming at her and being so rude to her, telling her que why the hell would he do that if she's not pretty, que like all of that, you know? Y que there's no way that he would be asking her for pictures if she was that ugly. So then I felt bad, but I was still mad, so I didn't care. And then obviously Junior was like, okay, tell me when and how and what app I'm asking you for pictures on. And she said, Junior, okay, let's just pretend I'm Jessica. She was like, Junior, no te hagas PDJ, tú sabes que te haces tonto, siempre me mandas un snap todos los días diciéndome SNB y que no sé qué. Obviously, SNB means streaks snap back, or SSNB. It's the same thing. So obviously, I looked at Junior and we started laughing in front of her. And she was just there. She was just staring at us. And I turned around and looked at her and I was like, Jessica, are you stupid? And I was obviously being rude to her because like I got so mad. Like I got so mad I was about to crash out. And Junior also turns around and looks at her y le dice, ¿Estás PDJ? That stands for streaks snap back. And then she started laughing and she was like, ha ha ha, like I'm so tonta. And she just started saying things about her. So then I got mad and I went like in front of her and I put my face on her face and I told her that if she said something else again that I was gonna be so mad, blah blah blah. And I got like, it wasn't like I was gonna do anything to her, but I got so mad. So then I really remember if I was gonna do something to her or I wasn't, because guys, I swear my heart went up here. So then I got really mad. So then that's another reason why I didn't believe people when they would tell me that he was cheating on me. Even though there was thousands and thousands of people telling me that he was cheating on me, I couldn't believe them. So then right after that happened or whatever, he dragged me over to this like other little place like in my lunch area, and he asked if we could just get back together because he was gonna treat me well and that he was gonna change for me or whatever. So then after that I thought about it and I was like no, and he was like please, and then I was like no, and then he was like so please can we get back and like we were just freaking there, bro. I was trying to eat my freaking grapes. So then I said yeah, and then after that, that's when I found out everything about Ariana and like how she was forced. So then let's just say Monday was like a whole schedule, dude. Okay, so Monday was the day that Jessica confused pictures with streaks. And then Tuesday was the day that Ariana had called me and asked me if I wanted to stay to sleep at her house. Then Wednesday was the day that she came over to my house and told me everything. Thursday, I was still trying to figure everything out and I was bawling at school. Friday, I was still trying to figure everything out and I was still bawling. And Friday was the day that I told my mom about it. And then that's when I had to text Ariana and tell her that my mom wanted to talk to her mom. Okay guys, this is part 4 and probably the last part. Okay, so in part 3, I was telling you guys like the whole schedule that week had. So like I said, Monday was the day that the girl like confused pictures by streaks. And in the last part 3, I was on Friday. So Friday was the day that I told my mom about it and had to text Ariana about it. And then the week after the horrible week, I think like Monday and Tuesday passed, and then her mom came to my house on Wednesday. And that's when she told us that Ariana wasn't doing good in school and that she had gotten a lot of complaints about her teachers. So then that's when I told her everything. Obviously, I told Junior that Ariana's mom was here, and he still kept denying it. And then, I don't know if I mentioned this, but a day after her mom came, so Thursday, I had a friend text me and telling me that Junior was texting her and telling her to set him up with another girl. So that did end up happening. And when I told him about it, if it was true, he obviously said no, but he still ended up talking to that girl. And like I said, I think I did say this, that's none of my business. Whatever the hell happened between them, that's none of my business. But if you're with a girl and you're watching this, you know who you are, and I hope he didn't do anything like this to you. So then after he got with that girl, we just went our separate ways. But then there was a month that he ended up texting me, and he told me that nothing was the same without me, and that everything was just so different, and that nothing was the same, and that if he would date other girls, that the other girls wouldn't be the same as me. And he was just telling me so much BS. Like, no, I wasn't gonna go back. So then we did end up having like a whole deep talk, and he was just sending me big paragraphs and telling me a lot of things. And we haven't talked since then, and I will not be talking to him because he doesn't exist in my life anymore. Y menos la Ariana. She does not exist in my freaking life anymore. I don't need them in my life anymore. When I would also tell him about him liking other girls' posts, because that would also happen, and when I would like confront him about it, he would also say that it wasn't him and that his friends had his account. I think one of my best friends did put that on the comment section. I think it was on part 1. But every time I would confront him about him liking other posts or whatever, or even when I would find out he was talking to other girls, he would tell me, oh, like, it's my friend, he didn't have battery, or my friend had my account. There was also like 3 to 4 months where he broke his phone and he didn't have a phone. So we would just contact through his mom's phone, but we wouldn't talk how we would talk when he had a phone. So then it was also really scary for me because I didn't know what the hell was going on, because I obviously had no contact with them. Okay, but besides that, I have 3 to 4, 5 girls asking questions about the story time. So we're gonna do those, and then that's how we're gonna end the story time. I low-key forgot I had a song on, so we're just gonna put the song for now. Okay, one of the questions is, how did Junior and Ariana meet? So with Junior and Ariana met because I got close with her, and then it came to a point where Jessica would say so much things about her, and they would fight 24/7. So then I, having a kind heart or whatever, invited her to sit with me and Junior during lunch, because I felt bad and I didn't want her to be by herself in lunch, especially because she was a shy girl, and she would, I didn't want her to be by herself or be left out. So I invited her to sit with me and Junior, and I'm guessing that's how like everything started. She would also make him quesadillas and bring them because he thought her mom cooked good. So she would bring him quesadillas. Another question is, what are you gonna do if Junior finds out you posted that? Honestly, guys, I don't care because it's not embarrassing for me, but it's embarrassing for him. Well, it's more embarrassing for him, maybe a little bit embarrassing for me because I was the stupid one. But besides that, I don't care because it's my story, and like most of you guys have been telling me, I finally speaked up. And it's honestly something that I never thought would happen to me, especially because I thought she had the sweetest soul. So just so you guys know, don't trust anyone out there just because. And I don't think he has TikTok. Honestly, I don't even know, and I don't care. But if anyone shows him the video, then ni modo, because honestly I don't care. Like I say, it's basically me exposing him and not myself because I didn't do anything. I also had found out he was saying a lot of like things about me, and all I did was just ignore it because I obviously know if I did do it or if I didn't do it. He was just saying rumors about me, and I know what's right and what's wrong, so honestly I don't care. Okay, someone said, what if Ariana's mom goes to your house and tells you about the video? So if you guys are asking me that because her mom came over to my house because of what she did or because of how she was doing, honestly, there's nothing I can do about it. And if she tells me to delete the video, it's not like I'm going to delete it. Why? Because I did not say her name. And again, it's something that they did to me, and why not share it? And if her mom tells me something, well, I'm just gonna tell her that I just posted one story time about her, but that she was sending more than one picture to boys. Because I'm obviously not gonna shut up knowing the person that I am. Okay, my best friend had to write them down for me because I didn't want to go in and out of the chat on TikTok. Okay, so another question is, what do you think Ariana is going to do when she sees this? Honestly, tell her mom about it. Because she's obviously not gonna like that I put her business out there, but it wasn't just her business, but it was also my business. Especially because she did it to me. Okay, next. Did you see this coming from her and your ex-boyfriend? Honestly, not from her because, like I said, was the sweetest soul ever. So it's not like I actually expected for her to do that to me, especially with my ex-boyfriend. But from his side, maybe because he was in between almost every girl. Okay, next. Were the girls he cheated on you with your best friends? Not my best friends, but they were my friends. So it basically just wasn't it basically just wasn't Ariana, the girl who did a lot to me, but did the most. And then I also had friends who would kiss him and do things behind my back with him. Like the girl who was caught kissing in the apartment was my friend. When were you the most hurt when you found out he cheated on you? If you're talking about Ariana and him, obviously when I found out that he forced her, I mean, that's the main of everything. Well, like another thing that hurt was that even though he was still begging, he was still doing a lot of things with my friends. Another one is, did you ever cheat on him? I've always been such a caca head about doing that. That never crosses my head. There was multiple rumors of people saying that I was also doing things with other guys. All of you guys that follow me here and that know me, I have a lot of boy best friends. And I hang out with boys a lot. I grew up with 2 brothers. Well, I grew up with one and the other one grew up with me. And I just feel like having girl best friends is really fake. Well, most of them are really fake. For now, I know this is like not part of the story time, but right now I probably only have like 4 real friends or 3. So most people know that I have a lot of boy best friends, I repeat, and I treat them like brothers just because they get my trust more than girls do. Because as you can see, what Ariana did to me has affected me in so much things. Another one, did your parents like him? My parents liked him a lot, especially because my dad knew him since he was little. But once I started telling my mom that he would do a lot of things to me, she slowly disliked him. Was I ever close to his family? No, I was never close to his family, but I was best friends with his cousin. And I had only met his mom like 3 times or talked to his mom like 3 times. She does not know what he did with Ariana, but she does know that we're not together anymore. She was like one of the first persons I told. And she obviously just told me that we still had a lot to go through and stuff like that. And it all just ended there. This is the end of the story time. Thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you guys liked it. And for the ones who know, I'm talking about her. If you guys know her, hope you guys have a great night and hope you guys are having a great summer. Bye guys.
This is the story about how when I was 18 years old in 2004, I somehow accidentally ended up inside Michael Jackson's Neverland Ranch. Here's the story. This story it's going to be many parts because it's a really long story and I need to include all the details. It was January 2004. I am 18 years old. I had just graduated from high school the May before. I'm at the little downtown hair salon in our small town getting my hair done by one of my friend's moms, and we're gonna call her Sandy. And I get a call on my little Nokia cell phone from my best friend. My best friend, I'm not gonna say her name because she's on TikTok now and I don't know if she wants to tell this story like I do. So we're gonna keep her anonymous for now. She gives me a call and she's like, hey, Amanda, Michael Jackson is going to be in Santa Maria tomorrow for his arraignment. Do you want to go? And I'm like, yeah, let's do it. Let's go. 18 years old, all confidence, all vibes. We're just going. And so Santa Maria is about 2 hours away from our hometown. We tell Sandy, the hairdresser, the real plan just in case anything happens. But what we tell our parents is that we're going to a town over about 30 minutes away and we're going to be doing a cheer team slumber party. That's what we tell our parents. So that's where our parents think we're going. However, that's not what happened when we jumped in my friend's 1990 Volvo. We take off to Santa Maria. Also, we did not have jobs. And also, we didn't have smartphones. So we had to do this like, okay, before we left, we get on her home computer. We print out directions from our hometown to Santa Maria from MapQuest. That's all we had. And we just take off. When we get to Santa Maria, first we stop at Rite Aid. We get poster making supplies. We've got posters, we've got markers, we've got glitter, we've got glue. Then we've got to find a place to stay because the trial is not until the next day and we don't know anybody in this town. So we find the Motel 6. And I don't know what the rules are now in 2026 to renting motels, but they rented a hotel room to two 18-year-old girls. I don't know if we had cash. I don't remember if we paid with my friend's mom's credit card. I don't know. We got a hotel. We went back to the hotel, made our posters, jamming out to Michael Jackson's music. I specifically remember jumping on the beds to Man in the Mirror. And we just made our posters and had a time. Then, the next morning, we wake up at 5 a.m., drive down to the courthouse, and that's when we realize we're already late. Stay tuned for part 2. Okay, here is part 2 of the time that I went to Neverland Ranch when I was 18 years old. We're at the part of the story where we are now finally heading down to the courthouse. When we get to the courthouse, we have to park forever away and we're walking. When we get to the courthouse, it's already packed with people, media, there's music playing. It's crazy. The vibes were pumped up, but there is like nowhere for us to go. We are so far from the actual doors to the courthouse. We find a spot just randomly on the sidewalk, kind of far down, and we start hanging out, making friends with these random people that, you know, we don't know. We are also hiding from any type of news camera because our parents don't know where we are, and we don't want them to be watching the morning news and seeing us because there was like huge news outlets. It was not, you guys know, obviously. It was not just the local news. It was like the Today Show, Good Morning America. All these people were there and we were hiding because we don't want our parents to see us on the morning news. So while we're standing there, Michael is late. I don't know what time the court started, whatever, but he's not there. And so we're just hanging out. He finally does show up late and the crowd goes crazy. And we cannot see him because the SUV pulls up and we're like back here, passenger side on the side of the courthouse, but in the back on the sidewalk. Not a good place to see Michael walk into the courthouse. We didn't see him, okay? So he goes in and again, party erupts again. Music is playing, blasting, and then all of a sudden there's some whispers and there's some rumors that his bodyguards, which at the time were the Nation of Islam bodyguards. And the rumors are that they're walking around handing out invitations. So my friend is like, we got to get one. And she's like, I'm going to go find one. You stay here and wait. While she takes off, someone hands me a shirt, black shirt that says I Heart MJ. Put it on and I'm standing there. The next thing I know is I look over and a bodyguard of Michael's is standing in front of me, handing me an invitation. Me. I take it. I guess I got one because I am a young 18-year-old girl standing in an I Heart MJ looking probably scared because I was all alone in a crowd of people. And they're like, oh, she seems good. She seems cool. We'll give her an invitation. So my friend comes back. She does not have an invitation. She's upset. And I'm like, and I just hand it to her. And she just starts bawling. She just starts bawling. This is where things start getting crazy. More crazy, right? Michael finally comes out of the courthouse, and he doesn't just get into his SUV. He jumps up on top of the black SUV, is handed an umbrella, and one of his people in his team up there filming him. Now remember where I said I was standing. I was in a bad spot for him when he went into the courthouse. However, I was in a great spot when he came and jumped on the top of his SUV, and I'm standing right here. There is no one in between me and Michael's SUV except for a police officer. The crowd is going crazy because his music is blasting from everywhere. He's dancing, he's pointing, he's waving. The crowd is going crazy, screaming, and then pushing me, because I'm on the edge, pushing me out into the like the street. And the police officer is just pushing me back. And I'm just like, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be in the street, but I am freaking out. Me, police officer, Michael Jackson on top of his SUV. Crazy. While all this is happening, I'm still holding my invitation to Neverland Ranch. Stay tuned for part 3. All right, this is part 3 of the time where I accidentally ended up in Neverland Ranch when I was 18 years old. So we have the invitation to Neverland Ranch. Michael has left. We don't know how to get there. I think there's some vague instructions on the invitation. And remember, our old little Nokia phones do not have internet on them. We don't have GPS in the 1990 Volvo. So the people around us who actually also got invitations were like, follow us. And we're 18 years old. And we're like, yeah, let's follow these strangers up into the mountains of Santa Barbara. We're running on nothing. We are running on adrenaline and vibes that we're going to Neverland Ranch. So we take off, we follow these strangers, and it's a long time, 45 minutes to an hour from Santa Maria to to Neverland Ranch. And when we get there, we see the Neverland Ranch gates. We show our invitation to whoever was at the gate, and we drive through. And also, this Neverland is swarmed on the outside with fans, with media. No one's going in except for if you have an invitation. And we just go in, passing all the rest of the people because we have this invitation. We get inside. We are in like a line, and like these workers are coming up to us, and they hand us this stack of paperwork. We have no idea what this paperwork is at 18. We're like, oh, this is like a field trip permission form to go inside Neverland. So we are signing it without a clue. Did we sign an NDA? Did we sign a media request? I don't know. I didn't read it. Obviously, I'm in Neverland Ranch. So sign it, hand it back, and they're like, the only thing you can take in is your key. You cannot take any phones. You can't take any cameras. Listen, did we care? No, our phones were Nokias. We didn't care. Threw them in the Volvo, take off. Remember, all to the right is where his whole like carnival, Ferris wheel, the party, there's porta potties, all this stuff is happening over there. On this side of us is the house. Right when we pull up, his SUV pulls up, his bodyguards are hanging off the side, surreal, and we see them pull up to the house, which is not far from us. Everyone else that's there is heading towards the carnival, to the party, but we see them pulling over to the house. No one is going towards the house. And my friend's like, let's go see. Let's go toward the house. And I'm like, absolutely, right? We're already in Neverland Ranch. What else could happen? So we start heading up to the house. The only people that are outside the house is one other fan. She's probably like between 7 and 10 years old, and her mom. She has a Michael Jackson poster. And when we walk up the same time, the SUV pulls up and his family starts coming out of the SUV. We see Jermaine, we see Tito, we see his mom and dad get out of the SUV, and then Michael gets out of the SUV. I am within 6 feet of Michael Jackson. He goes up to the little girl and her mom, gives the mom a hug, gives the little girl a hug. They're talking a little bit. While they are talking, my friend turns to me and she says, Amanda, Michael has always said for his fans to come up to him. And I'm like, yeah, absolutely. She's like, I'm going to go say hi. And I'm like, we're right here. Let's go. She takes off. I follow. She goes up to him and she says, Michael. He turns around and they hug. And I am in shock. I cannot move, blink, think, nothing. I'm just standing there like this, looking at Michael Jackson. Here to here, Michael Jackson. And from what I remember, he seemed very small, very frail, and plastic. And I think because of the layers of makeup he had on, it was crazy. She turns around and she walks back to me and she's like, I just hugged Michael Jackson. And then she collapses and I'm holding her and she's crying. While this is happening, Michael walks up to his house. However, the rest of his family is just hanging out with us. I look over into the SUV, doors open, Janet and Randy are still sitting in the SUV. Just sitting there. And then the SUV takes off. Meanwhile, I'm just standing there with the rest of the Jackson 5 and the mom and dad just hanging out with the bodyguards. And me and my friend, these two 18-year-old girls, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to say. Oh my God. Okay, this one's getting really long. So now I have to stop because now I'm going to tell you about the rest of the stuff in Neverland Ranch. Part 4 of the time when I was 18 years old and I accidentally found myself in Neverland Ranch. This should be the final part. So my friend has met Michael. She's hugged him. I talked to Jermaine Jackson. And then we realized we have been awake since 5 a.m. and we have not used the restroom. And we have to go really bad. So we start walking around looking for an open door. We're at his house, right? We got to find a bathroom. So we start walking around his house looking for an open door. Is this breaking and entering? I don't know. It's been 20 something years. I think statute of limitations is up. Anyways, we're walking around, main house all locked up. We don't get inside. We're walking around, we're near the pool, find an open door. Open door to the pool house / arcade room. We go in, we find the bathroom. I'm going to the bathroom. She goes to the bathroom. While she is in the bathroom, what else do you do when you're in like a stranger's bathroom? You look through the drawers, okay? So do not be mad at me, but I did look through Michael Jackson's bathroom, pool house, arcade drawers. But I signed the NDA, so I won't say what I saw. So we're in the bathroom. We go to the bathroom. We're good. Now we're in the arcade room. So we're like looking around and then we're like, maybe we shouldn't be in here. So we take off. That's when we decide to go over to where the carnival and the party is. While we're walking over there, we see the SUV that had Janet and Randy in it go over to, a helicopter. And we see them get into a helicopter and fly away. We go over to like the bumper cars area. And remember, this is a home. This is not like Disneyland. So there's like no workers to tell people when to get off the bumper cars. So we wait for a really long time and no one's getting off. So we take off. This is when we find the movie theater. We go in and there's a movie playing. It's the live action Peter Pan movie from the early 2000s. I can't remember what it was called. I don't know. The thing I remember about that movie is there's like, I do believe in fairies. I do believe in fairies, or something like that. Anyways, we sit there for a little while and then we're like, we're at Neverland Ranch. Like, we probably should see more stuff. So we walk around, we find the food. I remember eating a Rice Krispie treat, like a homemade Rice Krispie treat. It was great. And then we're like, you know, Michael might come back out of the house. We should head back over to the house. Head back over to the house and we sit on the lawn by the little lake. The water features in the middle of the lake are going, and there's beautiful like classical music playing. It is so serene. It was so beautiful. And we had been awake since 5 in the morning. It's now late afternoon and we're exhausted, and we fall asleep and we take a nap at Neverland Ranch. It was beautiful. It was like Disneyland, Fantasyland, but like serene and calm, and like literally no one was around because we were again up by the house where nobody else was. When we wake up from our nap, we realize, you know, we probably should go home. Our parents might be worried about us because remember, our phones were in the car. It's not like today, right? Where like my 2 daughters, I have Find My Location. I know where they're at all times. That was not a thing back in 2004, okay? My parents literally thought I was still at a slumber party. And so we get home, or we get into the car, we drive home, and once we realize like what we just went through, when I got home, I told my parents everything. The only proof I had was the invitation, which I gave to my friend. I let her keep it. And we had wristbands. They gave us wristbands when we came in. And like, that's it. And my mom and dad, they believed me because I never like was a liar as a kid. I was a good kid. I didn't lie. And at the time, my mom and dad were like mad at me. But now that I have, you know, I'm in my 40s now. I was probably younger than my parents then. I know my parents are probably younger than I am now. Anyways, now my mom tells people like, I was proud of her. She went and did something crazy. She survived. I would have never done anything like that. And now that I'm 40 years old, like I literally cannot believe that this is something that has happened to me. And this is like the story that I always like, 2 truths and a lie or an icebreaker. I have a really good one, you know, like I always get to be like, I went to Neverland Ranch when I was 18. Is an update on the time that I went to Neverland Ranch in 2004. This is the invitation that I was given standing outside of the courthouse in Santa Maria. I messaged my friend. She's been watching the videos. I messaged her and asked her if she still had the invitation, and she did. She also had pictures that she took with her digital camera the day of. So here it is. We covered the directions just, you know, to keep the ranch safe, I guess, still. And there's the cop that was pushing us back. Michael. That's it.
Good morning, everybody. I need to talk to you guys right now. I have to do a story time. I've never done one. I don't even know how it works, but I see people do part 1, part 2, whatever. We're doing that. It's going to be a million parts. I don't know. But this experience that I went through in the last few weeks needs to be discussed, okay? It needs to be spoken about, and I really need your guys' help because I am struggling. I am struggling to comprehend the type of people that are on this planet, all right? Hold on a second. So, I am in my close friend's bridal party. I was asked to be a bridesmaid. I said yes. And I was invited to go to the Bachelorette party. And so that's what was going on. Context is that my friend is a sweetheart. She decided to have 11 people in her bridal party, to each their own. And she declared 2 people to be her maid of honors. She has a total of 3 sisters, and out of the 3, she made 2 of them maid of honors, and the other one was a bridesmaid. And shortly after she proposed to all of us, she decided to upgrade 2 additional people in her bridal party to maid of honors. Those 2 people were her childhood friends. One from the age of 4 and the other one from the age of 4th grade, whatever age that is. And now she has a total of 4 maid of honors. Crazy! We know, but that's what she decided to do. Hold on. So, again, that's my friend. She's a sweetheart, whatever. That's what you want to do. That's on you, baby. Like, you're the bride, whatever you want to do. It can make sense. It cannot make sense. Our job is to support you. And if we are asked our opinion, we will share our opinion. And still, ultimately, the decision is yours and that's your life, right? No problem. So, my friend proposed to us, whatever. Life is great. And shortly after, she decided to plan her... Why is my face glitching like that? Oh my God. No. Why is it doing that? I don't know why my face is glitching like that, but this story time needs to be done. It needs to be posted already. So we're going to continue with this fake seizure thing that's going on with TikTok. I don't know what that's about and I don't know how to fix it. So there's not even a filter on. I don't do that. Look, hello. I look crazy. Actually, it looks a little better on TikTok. My circles are darker. I don't know what's going on. Hold on. So now it's come to the time to decide where we're going for the Bachelorette. The bride originally was thinking about Aruba, and then somehow Puerto Rico came into the mix. I don't know every little minute detail of where a thought originated and what was pursued and why. I just know that I was part of some of the conversations and Aruba was on the table, and then ultimately Puerto Rico was chosen. And my friend's Puerto Rican, so it's great, whatever. So we decided to go to Puerto Rico, or she decided to go to Puerto Rico, and we supported her. So now we all booked our flights, however we booked them, whatever the time it is. I think we stayed there for like 5 nights, 6 days, something like that. And now it's coming to the point where we need to decide where we're going to stay. And so I've been to Puerto Rico a few times, and I shared my opinion. I said, and you guys, please go in on the comments, whether it's on me or the situation or whatever. I don't care. I just... Be real about what you're about to say, and really own what you're saying, because we need that. We need the rawness in this experience. Anyways, so basically I was saying, for a bachelorette, for someone who's never been there as an adult or riding deep with this amount of women for a bachelor party, in my opinion, you should be staying near Old San Juan. Why? Because Old San Juan is close to the airport. It is where all the stuff is, all the restaurants, all the partying, all the things you want to see. Everything is over there. Obviously, Puerto Rico, the island is bigger, and there's better things to do other places depending on what you're looking for. But if your idea of a bachelorette is to go to these restaurants, is to go to La Placita, is to go to Candado, is to go to all these places, in my opinion, we should be staying in Old San Juan or in that vicinity. So I shared my piece. And the bride is, like I said, very open-minded, very sweet, very nice, well, all the things that she is. And so I don't know what really happened, but this is my point of view. Remember that. This is my point of view. So she must have had a conversation with her maid of honors. And like I said, she has 4 maid of honors. 2 of them are her sisters and 2 of them are her childhood friends. Let's be very, very clear. The sisters are angels also. It's in their DNA. But the other 2... are the ringleaders, and I don't know what they got, but they got something where my friend, unfortunately, values their opinion a lot. So, whatever, she took what I said, she must have listened to it, she liked what she heard, she ended up choosing an Airbnb that was local in that vicinity, and she liked it. But then she brought it to those maid of honors, and those maid of honors must have had some type of conversation with her where they said something along the lines of how that's not in my budget, that they don't want to stay where she chose, and they convinced her not to stay there. And she ultimately canceled the reservation on that Airbnb months before we had to go, so there was no penalty or anything like that. And they ended up deciding and convincing to stay in Rio Grande. Rio Grande, depending on the time and day, is almost an hour away. It is in a beautiful place of Puerto Rico. It's not a bad place. It's amazing. It's beautiful. However, like I said, this is a bachelorette, and the bachelorette entails navigating. What we had was 8 girls out of the 11 of the bridal party. 8 girls were attending this. And to navigate that many women that have never, some of them have never traveled, some of them have never been to Puerto Rico. This is a bachelorette, and none of us know each other, by the way. None of us know each other. That's my friend. Everybody has that common denominator. The bride is our friend, and no one knows each other outside those 2 childhood friends and outside the sisters, obviously. However, so that's the context, right? That's just what it is. So my logic is, let's say in Old San Juan, it's easier, it's better. Everything is local. You can walk places, you can Uber places. It's just convenient. Everything is just better. And the days that you do want to go somewhere else, like for the Junque thing, like the rainforest that they have, that you deal with. That's like a one-time thing. If you want to do a boat thing, same thing. It's not like an everyday thing that we're going to be there. So the majority of it is for convenience purposes. You stay local, right? That's that. So whatever, they said what they said. The bride unfortunately decided to book the Airbnb in Rio Grande and listen to them. I think one of them has also been to Puerto Rico, and that was her opinion. So whatever, it was booked, and I shared my concerns with the bride yet again, because in my opinion, I feel like, I don't think a lot of people have this, but thankfully, this bride in particular and this friend of mine is very, very open-minded. She is so understanding. She is so easy to speak to. Transparency is not a question. So I felt like communication with her is not an issue. So I told her whatever I felt from the beginning, and that's just what it's always been, and she listens, and that's just what it is, right? But as far as the bridal party goes, in my opinion, if you're a maid of honor, if you are maid of honors, in my opinion, maid of honors should speak to the group, the bridal party that is about to travel with you for the first time, that is about to do something for the bride with each other for the first time. I feel like maid of honor should take initiative, and I feel like they should create a group chat, and I feel like they should introduce themselves. I feel like you should say, hi, my name is blah, 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 and I will be coordinating blah, blah, blah. Like, take lead and show who the person is that will be responsible for all the planning. Like, in my opinion, that's just the right thing to do. You introduce yourself to people so that people feel comfortable. People feel like, okay, like, this is going to be a nice trip, all the things, right? That didn't happen. The bride made a group chat, and she said whatever she said in it, and people said, oh, I'm this person, I'm that person, real quick, like, subtly, I think. Or, like, who's this, so I can save the number. Like, some bullshit. Whatever it was some bullshit. Okay, so again, there is nothing wrong with the bride initiating the group chat. I think that's fine. I just think that what was lacking was that the maid of honors, the 2 friends of hers, did not step up, and they did not take initiative the entire time of planning. And it was something that was understood that, I guess, the maid of honors are planning. The sisters are doing something that they're doing, and that the 2 friends are kind of being the coordinators. They're making the itinerary. They're creating the land of what we're going to be doing and all the things. And like I said, me and the bride speak almost every day, and we're very transparent with one another. So she's telling me things that are happening, what she wants to do, blah, blah, blah. But I guess those 2 maid of honors are putting it down, they're writing it down, doing whatever they're doing, and planning, I guess, scheduling and creating like a timeline, which again is fine. We got to do part 2, man. I'm sorry. Part 2 of the most traumatic bachelorette. Okay, so I last left it at the maid of honors. We're just going to refer to them as maid of honor 1 and 2, okay? Always remember that maid of honor 1 and 2 are her childhood friends, all right? So I last left off saying that they were courting the bachelorette with her. So I'm going to give rough estimates of dates and times to kind of give you how the group chat was operating. So the bride created a group chat amongst all of us, and it was the end of February when she created it, and she basically told us, like, this is where we're going to communicate, and I booked the Airbnb. Remember, I told you she ended up booking Rio Grande after she spoke to Maid of Honor 1 and 2. So she shared the Airbnb. We all sent her the money, and that just is what it was. The next time we spoke in the group chat, like, these are all significant events, I'll tell you when. Early April, her Maid of Honor 3, which is her sister, ended up asking us, like, oh, what are your allergies? The reason why she's asking what our allergies are is because, some context, is that they meaning all the maid of honors, I guess, have agreed that they want to do breakfast at the Airbnb every day for the trip. And so they wanted to get groceries and things like that. And one of the days, the plan is a surprise for the bride, and the sister will be cooking for that day. So she's probably asking allergies for that reason. Then at the end of April, the bride sends out a boat cruise that she had booked, and, just sending it in there so that people can send her the money for that. And the next time was May 3rd. May 3rd, in my opinion, is when things kind of got shaky. May 3rd, the bride contacts that group and says, listen, guys, this is the rough itinerary. Like, she wrote it like in a text message, day to day, what we're going to be doing. And she shared the themes on that day also. And she just kind of told us a rough estimate of what I thought was a rough estimate of what everything is going to be. That same day, Maid of Honor 3, the sister, she created a separate group chat amongst all of us, excluding the bride, to kind of discuss, I guess, the surprise cooking thing that we were going to be doing. And also she wanted to talk separately about like what we're going to be wearing now that the themes have been established. And you already know all girls be shopping on Shein and shopping at the same places. So to avoid any issues, the sister thought that it would be appropriate to create a separate group chat and discuss that amongst the girls, which is great, right? Because, again, what does it look like pulling up with the same outfit? And I don't know, it's just crazy, but it was good, right? So a separate group chat was created. Also, that same day, one of the bridesmaids, which is the bride's close friend, she mentioned booking car rentals. Now, this is the subject that literally, in my opinion, is the end all be all. I feel like this subject has created so much tension. So give me 1 second. Let me prepare for this. I want to continue talking about the car rentals, but I'm just going to quickly give just key points of the group chat so that I don't have to refer back to it again. So yeah, like I said, this was May, I believe 3rd or May 3rd and 4th, whatever, when all this happened. The very next day, or the next 2 days or something like that, the maid of honor sent a final itinerary on that separate group chat, also, and in the main group chat with the bride included. Honestly, I personally felt some type of way about it. I know it's not up for me to feel no type of way about it, but I did, and I feel like we all have opinions, and in my opinion, I think that there was minimal effort put into this itinerary, and in fact, zero effort. The final itinerary that was posted in the group chat with the bride included and the separate itinerary in our own group chat was a notes, like the notes app in your iPhone. The itinerary was made on there. The same text message that the bride had sent, it was almost like it was copied and pasted into that note, and it was just color coordinated. And to me, that's whack. To me, that's zero effort. That's terrible. We're in 2026. I feel like there are so many ways to being creative. You don't even have to use your brain anymore. We have ChatGPT. We have Pinterest. We have Canva. We have a million things that we have access to for free. So why? Why is it that your itinerary is like that? And again, to each their own. If the bride is 100% content, no problem. But guess what? After speaking to the bride was not content. And in my opinion, yes, the bride should speak up and advocate for herself. But whatever the situation is, it wasn't handled in that way. Quickly for a few more dates, just so that we have it all right here. Then I could go into the crazy category of car rentals. Let me just finish saying this. Hold on. So like I said, May 6th is when the maid of honor 1 and 2 established this final itinerary. And they wrote in the group chat, if there's any questions, let us know. I mentioned this itinerary to my own friends outside of this group to just let them know, yo, this is what it is. Do you have any advice? Because, they're Puerto Rican. They've been there they've been there so many times. So one of my friends had said, yo, make sure you have a reservation for such and such a place because I've been trying to go there for years and she struggled to go there. So what did I do? May 7th, I wrote in the group chat, hey, guys, were the reservations made? Just a question, right? And they just wrote, yep. And then they resent the itinerary in that vicinity in the next couple hours or the same 1 or 2 days, whatever it was. They resent it with reservations, the addresses and the hyperlinks, whatever. They did that. I was just asking to make sure that if you didn't do it, we don't need any surprises, right? The point is to have a smooth bachelorette, and we got to do whatever we got to do to make sure that the bride has a great time. That's just where that question came from. May 12th, the maid of honor 1 or 2, one of them sends over a updated itinerary again. And when I say updated, they're just like adding things to it and then like resending it. And they basically, if you have any questions, like let me know. So then May 16th, I chime in and I ask the group like, hey guys, did anyone get like fun stuff? Like, you know, fun toys and things like that for the batch. And why did I ask that question? I asked that question because the bride and I were speaking and she sent over a picture of what she would like. And this is the one thing the bride is asking, and I feel like she should get what she wants. And so for her to ask that, I'm like, oh, I really hope that someone got that, because it sounds like, you know, you guys are doing everything. You guys are figuring it out. There is no like open communication. It's kind of just like, this is what it is. And if you have questions, let us know. And like, no one's really asking many questions. Like, people are just like, okay, no problem. Like, this is great, whatever. I don't know. It's not like an open forum. It's kind of weird. So I asked that question because I want to make sure the bride gets what she wants. Like, I think it's real crappy that we go somewhere and the one thing that she wants is not there. It was nothing crazy. It was just like a specific type of straw. So basically I asked that question. Her maid of honor 1 and 2 are like mute crickets all day long. And so like the sisters are now chiming in, and the sisters are like, oh no, I don't have that, but I do have this. And then so I said, like, you know what? Okay, no problem. I'm going to stop by a few stores and I'm going to see what I could get. I'm going to try to see if I could do overnight shipping at like, you know, online or something, see what I could do. I know it's last minute, but hopefully I could get something. So long story short, I go to a store, I call the bride and I call the sister, maid of honor 3, and like we're communicating to make sure that, you know, she gets what she needs. And so I bought a few things just so that, you know, we can have what she wants at least. And so we got a few things. And then separately, I was speaking to maid of honor 3, which she was responsible of all the decor according to maid of honor 1 and 2. And I was like, okay, no problem. Like, she can be the primary person of buying the decor, but that doesn't mean all responsibility falls on her, in my opinion. There's so many girls going on this trip, and I feel like everybody should be able to contribute, and everybody basically wants to have a good bachelorette for her, right? Like, so I don't know why anybody has to be limited or restricted to one subject of the itinerary or planning or whatever. But it is what it is, right? Okay, so now that we've established all the main key points that happened in the group chat, that was literally it. Like, we barely spoke. We've never got on a FaceTime call with all the girls to coordinate, plan, nothing. It was just strictly texting, and it was barely any texting. What I just told you is literally it. And I just, again, think that that's poor communication, lack of communication in both group chats. Like, it just is what it is. And I just feel like they didn't step up, but whatever. Now let's focus on the subject of rental cars. We're going to dial it all the way back. So when the bride had mentioned to me that this is the location that she's chosen, yada, 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 she mentioned 2 rental cars. When she mentioned 2 rental cars to me, I think that's silly. Off the bat, I just felt like my stance on it is a hard no. I don't think that we should book 2 sedans as rental cars because that's what they wanted to do. Why? Because I have a sedan, and if there's 5 passengers, you could fit 2 carry-ons max in the trunk, and that's just what it is. I feel like it's a bachelorette. Let's rent a big car, or let's get a private driver or whatever, or get Ubers. Like, I feel like Ubers are fine, and that's exactly what I was pumping from the beginning, separately with the bride. Seemed like she was listening to me. She was listening to my stance. My big reason for being against renting 2 sedans is because you would have to pay for 2 car rentals. You would have to pay for the car insurances. You would have to have 2 drivers. You would have to pay for 2 parking spots. You would have to fill up 2 gas tanks. You would have to do all these things, 2 of everything. And I feel like that's dumb. Like, why are we riding separate? Why are we doing everything separate? It's just silly to me, you know? I think we're going to have to do a part 3. I'm sorry. Part 3 of the most traumatic bachelorette is here, baby. So let's recap a little bit. This one, I think, is going to be all about the car rentals. So, like I said in the previous part 2, car rentals subject, I feel like that's what caused a lot of tension, because maid of honor 1 and 2 were hell-bent on getting car rentals, and I already shared my piece on that. I think it's silly to get 2 sedans for car rentals and pay for 2, and then pay for 2 car insurance and pay for 2 gas tanks, 2 parking spots, 2 drivers, all the things. I just feel like it's a headache. I feel like it's not necessary. I don't think that it's smart. Again, to just shine light, we're riding deep with 8 women. Hold up. I don't know what's going on. Anyways, we're riding deep with 8 women that don't know each other. We met each other in passing, or like when we got proposed to, that's really it. So I don't know how you function. You don't know how I function. I don't know how you behave. You don't know how I behave. Do you drink and get sloppy? Do you not? Are you safe? Are you not? Like, no one knows each other. So again, that's another reason why don't we just pay someone so they could just drive us around? Why don't we just Uber so we have nothing to worry about? Why are we taking that risk? This is a Bachelorette. It's temporary. It's a few days. I gotta come home. I got things to do. I got a life to live. Like, I don't want to die. So anyways, that's my stance. Like I said, I share that with the bride. The bride is listening, yada, yada, yada. So the original plan was to get 2 rentals because that's what Maid of Honor 1 and 2 would like to do. And let's be very clear. I'm going to break down all 8 people that are going on this trip about driving and not driving and who should and who shouldn't. Maid of Honor 1 volunteers to be the primary driver, hell-bent on it like it's the end-all be-all. Okay. Ooh, hold on. I got to edit that. So Maid of Honor 1, she wants to drive. She wants to be a primary driver. No problem. You could drive. Next, the one that's also just like her with the same energy. We need to get a rental. We need to get a rental. Okay. Do you have a license? No. Do you drive? No. So you have no say. Why are you speaking? You should not ever open your mouth about a rental, in my opinion. So them 2 girls asked the bride, like, oh, who do you trust to be the secondary driver? She said me. I have no problem driving if I was up to par. Unfortunately, I've had a lot of eye issues in both of my eyes. I had shingles in this eye, and I have chronic scarring. And this eye is also damaged too. So in the daytime, I have no problem. I could see, I could drive. But at nighttime, my vision's not up to par. So I'm not going to put myself in that situation and volunteer my services when I don't know anybody and I'm responsible for all these people, let alone my own life. I'm good in Puerto Rico. Like, I'm all the way good. So I said what I said. And then the bride was like, oh, I could drive. No, but you can't. Like, correct me if I'm wrong. What do you guys think? Should the bride drive on her Bachelorette? In my opinion, she should not. So that leaves her Maid of Honor 3. She's a baby. She's an angel. She's a sweetheart. She's totally capable of driving. However, certain rental places don't allow you to drive if you're not the age of 25 and above. I didn't even know that. But again, that's that. She has another sister who doesn't have a license, who does not drive, and she's 28 years old. So that eliminates her also. Now we have 2 more girls left, and one is her friend from undergrad, and she's also an angel. She said that, I don't mind driving, but I also don't want to drive all the time. Rightfully so. You should not be the DD, the designated driver, the entire time. You are spending money to come. You want to enjoy yourself. You don't want to be restricted. And personally, I could respect that. What about you guys? I think that's great that she spoke up. Some people be scared to speak up. Some people would just be like, okay, yeah. And then we have drama over there. Whatever. So that was her. Now we got one more star of the show. She is hilarious. You guys got to stay tuned because I'm going to release some footage down the line. This girl, I've never met someone so comical in my life, but this is her close friend also. She's a bridesmaid. And so basically Maid of Honor 1 and 2 pressured her to drive. And she agreed. Okay, she agreed. I don't know her like that, but she agreed. So now, again, we're running with this narrative of, okay, we're going to get 2 car rentals. We got Maid of Honor 1 driving 1 vehicle, and we have this coworker driving. I'm gonna call her coworker, even though she's very close with the bride. But just so you get a context of things, this one's from undergrad. This is a coworker, so you guys get who people are. So the Maid of Honor 1 is the primary driver, and then the coworker is the secondary driver, and we're running with this. And I'm just like, okay, whatever. Then comes inside conversations with the bride that like she would never sit in the vehicle with the coworker's car, even in the States, that she would never do that. And I'm like, wait, what? Yeah, she's crazy. She don't know how to drive. Da-da-da-da. Am I bugging? What? Like, what? So whatever. These little pieces are getting dropped in conversations with me, with the bride, and then with the coworker too. We're talking about it, and then it just basically comes to light that like, she's not really a solid driver, but she's like willing to do it if that's what the bride needs. She's willing to do it. I'm like, oh my god, this is nuts. Like, this is freaking nuts. But I think at this point in time, it's like, okay, the undergrad friend is gonna drive sometimes. The Maid of Honor 1 is obviously driving, and then the coworker is gonna help out. So I was like, oh, okay, I guess they're gonna counterbalance whatever it is. But regardless, regardless, I'm not content with that. I'm just like, this is nuts. Like, I just want to live, and that's it. So it gets crazy. So let's just fast forward. I'm all against it from the very beginning. I've had multiple conversations with the bride, whatever. So now maid of honor 1 wants to book the rentals, and this is something I found out later, she takes it upon herself to hit up the bride and say, okay, I'm going to book the rental. Let me get your card. I think you're delusional. If you want to be a maid of honor, number 1, complete a task, beginning to end. I'm going to not curse. It's really hard for me. Complete a task from beginning to end and handle it. Why the hell do you need my card? Why? I just think that's bizarre. Like, I don't understand that kind of stuff. I don't move like that. I don't think anybody should move like that. If we're friends, if we're going somewhere together, if we mess with each other this much, put your card down and get the rental that you want to drive. I don't understand. Whatever. Bride ends up giving the card. I didn't know this information. To me, it's just, you're crazy. That should have been the first red flag. Or the 10th one. I don't freaking know. Anyways, the next thing is that they pressured this coworker of hers to drive the second vehicle. So I guess they kind of also told her to book the rentals. I think she offered her services via text message in the group chat. Like, hey guys, like, what can I do to help? And I think they told her, like, oh, why don't you just book the rental? Book the rentals. So she reserved them under her name, and she like took care of that. Again, I think that's great. Do that. That's offloading the bride. That's doing a task so you could check something off and move on to the next thing. But the best part of all of this is when we get like a few days closer to the batch, and the friend calls me, because we're like spending more time together separately, me, bride, and her. I think we went out a couple times, and like we talk on FaceTime from time to time, just us separately. And like I said, she's hilarious. She's legit a nut. But she feels comfortable to call me one day, a few days before the trip, and says, hey, like, I need your advice. I'm like, okay, what's up? She goes, listen, I don't feel comfortable driving. And I'm like, okay, why? She goes, because I've totaled 3 cars and I will kill everybody. I will literally kill everybody. Should I write that in the group chat? I was like, wait, what? So I said, number 1, no, do not write the group chat that you're going to kill everybody. You're going to cause havoc. Like, what? You cannot do that. Secondly, I think it's really crazy that you're rescinding what you're saying that you're going to do right before the trip. But I guess I can respect that you are battling this. You felt pressured, and at least you spoke up now, and we didn't have this drama there. So I guess I could respect that move. Third, she's just like, I just don't want to disappoint the bride, and I really want to like make sure I can help. And I get it. Like, I think that's great, but unfortunately your services are not wanted because we want to live. So I told her, hit the bride up. The bride is, like I keep saying, she's amazing. Go talk to her. She's reasonable. Go speak to her. So she went and called the bride, and the bride was like, okay, like, no problem. Like, basically go hit up the maid of honor 1 and 2 to like kind of coordinate that and kind of handle that. So she does that, and the maid of honors 1 and 2 basically tell her, oh, no, like, they shut it down, basically is what she said. The takeaway was that they shut it down, and the way they said it was like, oh no, like, it's okay, like, we'll be right next to you, and like, does she need a companion? No. Are you being a driver's ed instructor? Absolutely not. Do you have a brake pedal on your side? Is that what we're asking? We're not asking that. She don't want to drive, and it's that simple. I don't want to drive. Now, what are we going to do to troubleshoot this? What are we going to do to fix this? That's how I feel. And things just went left after this. So stay tuned for part 4. Let's get it. It is part 4 of the most traumatic Bachelorette. So recap a little bit of the last thing that I said. Basically, the co-worker hit up the maid of honors 1 and 2 regarding the rentals to basically share her piece on her stance on what she doesn't want to do or she doesn't feel comfortable doing. And it basically just was like not taking no for an answer. And it was like, no, we'll be with you. Yeah. You're crazy. You're bugging. So whatever, they got off the phone. The co-worker called me, and she spoke to me and the bride, and like we were having a separate conversation about it. And by this time already, the bride had decided, like, no, like, she made a hard stop and said, like, no, we're just gonna Uber at this point. Like, that's what the bride wants because of all these like mishaps and issues. And so it was just a matter of like discussing it with them, but they weren't having it. So I don't know how, but something happened where it was just like, yo, we need a call. Like, we need a group call. Not once has there been a group FaceTime call, nothing. We haven't met up together to discuss anything. This is a Bachelorette. I feel like that's important. Communication is very important. It should not just be one person doing everything and kind of just telling you this is what it is. There's like no collaboration in any regards. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know how that is. I don't know how that works because I don't really have experiences like that. I feel like you should be able to have interactive communication. So anyways, somehow it was coordinated to get on a call. Oh, I think the girls, Maid of Honor 1 and 2 agreed to get on a call to discuss this. I think it was like, oh, before you like cancel anything, let's have a call. I think that's what it was. So it was Maid of Honor 1, 2, the coworker, me on the call. And unfortunately, the 2 other sisters, they did not join the call. And then the undergraduate friend did not join the call either. She was like busy doing whatever she was doing. So we're like talking on there and I'm playing the back seat. I'm not speaking much. I'm just listening, trying to see like, you know, what's the vibe, what's really going on. And so basically they're just like, Maid of Honor 1 and 2 are like, you know, so like, what happened? Like, what's going on? And so basically it was brought up that like, she doesn't feel comfortable driving. Like, you know, she's had this many accidents, I think, whatever it is. And like, I'm separately texting the bride, like, this conversation is going nowhere, okay? I think at one point, Maid of Honor 1 and 2 were saying something, and then the coworker's like, oh, let me write the group chat. So I finally chimed in. I was like, can you not write the group chat? Nobody responds in there. Nobody communicates. It is the most ineffective thing. It hasn't been working, so why 48 hours before a trip are you attempting to speak to everybody yet again? My opinion is, you can give 5 minutes of your life. You're about to go travel with all these girls. Everybody can devote at least 5 minutes to this group call, and we need to situate this, okay? Like, I don't think it's that deep. I don't think it's that crazy. Like, to give somebody 5 minutes of your life is really not that deep. So Maid of Honor 2 decides to chime in, talking about, I don't agree. I think that there's a lot of communication going on in this group chat. I think that a lot of people are busy with their lives, and, you know, you have to be understanding. Stop it. Cut the crap right now, because if I could read that whole group chat, I could read that junk in literally 3 minutes or less. That's how small this group chat is for a Bachelorette that we were planning, or you were planning and telling us what we're doing and not really telling us much. It was just here's the itinerary on the notes, and that's just what it is. But anyways, I don't really respond much because my goal is not to create a thing. We're about to travel. Don't make it a dramatic thing. Just be very neutral. But I feel like that needed to be said. Like, everybody should get on the call. So the girl from undergrad decides to join the call, and like I said, we're separately texting the bride, and we're like, yo, can you just get on this call? Like, I don't know why you're not on this call. I know you would think that we would plan this together, but it's clearly not working. And so can you just join the call at this point? Like, just join the call. So she does. So we're all collectively speaking, and we basically explained that all 6 girls would like to get Ubers, and like, we're trying to get them to get on board because, again, in my opinion, everybody should be collective in this decision. It should not be you guys do this and we do this, and that's kind of what it ended up becoming. They decided to just say, well, we respect your guys' decision to Uber. However, cost-wise, it doesn't make sense for them. And like, they've done the calculations of how much the Ubers are gonna be. Again, another thing that kind of triggered me, I just feel like you can't do that. Ubers are depending on the day, depending on the time, depending on the location. So how did you even project that? Like, how? Unless I'm missing something, I don't know something. You to educate me then. But to me, it sounds dumb. It sounds bogus. 6 girls are willing to do it. You guys are being difficult. If it was 8 of us, we could have got 2 Uber X's if we needed to do it. And again, it's dirt cheap. Remember that, everybody. It's dirt cheap. You split it amongst 4 girls and 2 Uber X's. That's if you do 2 Uber X's. There's Uber XLs. There's so many things that you can do, and splitting it makes it dirt cheap, in my opinion. And again, it's a Bachelorette, so we would all be together. But for some reason, they're not letting up and they're not having it. So at first, it was like a cost thing, a budget thing, and how it's not making sense for them. So they're trying to say, oh, okay, we respect your guys' decision, but we need you to respect our decision, and we're going to go ahead with the rental. The rental that they were talking about is apparently like almost $600. So amongst them two, that they're saying that they're okay with it. So now you're okay with eating $300 each side. To me, that makes no sense. Honestly, I don't know. Whatever it was, that's how the conversation played out, and people were just like, okay, like, all right. So that was done, right? We got off the call, and then again, me, the bride, and the coworker are like separately speaking on it, and we kind of just briefly talked about it, and we kind of moved on. To her, I guess it's like, okay, like whatever, we'll just do our own thing in Uber. But to me, it's like annoying because if there's 6 girls, now 6 girls can't fit in one Uber X because only 4 girls can fit in an Uber X. So now you're forced to get 2 of them, or you just get an XL. You either get 1 XL or you get 2 Uber X's, then you put 3 and 3. So it's a little annoying, but if that's what we got to do, we're going to do it, right? We'll figure it out. So now we like get last minute things for the bride, and we like discuss it amongst, you know, some of the girls because they're not responding to the group chat anymore. So whatever, we get a bunch of random stuff to make sure we could like kind of tie loose ends. And so thank God I had my own flight. I flew from my own airport, my own time, my own everything, and they were doing their own thing. So we got to Puerto Rico, and the people that got to Puerto Rico first is the bride, maid of honor 1, 2, one of her sisters, and then the coworker. So 5 of them are already there, and they're like, yo, we're over here at the rental spot. To me, after that conversation that we just had literally 48 hours ago, I believe that I'm going to meet you where you get the keys and you get into your vehicle. Why do you guys want me to meet you there? Maybe I guess we want to send the maid of honors off. I don't know. So I get my crap, I hurry scurry over there, and they're not there. So I'm like, yo, where are you guys? So they basically say, oh, we are where you like initially speak about the rental. So I'm like, what? Like, mad annoying. So I go over there, and I'm like, what's going on? And so the coworker's like, I have to transfer the reservation from my name to their name, and they're like still going back and forth. When I say back and forth, nobody's arguing. They're talking. They're able to communicate, and they're speaking. Who's talking? Maid of honor 1, 2, the bride, and the coworker. They're speaking. Me and the sister are in the cut. I'm watching, securing the luggage, and like I said, I came here with one intention: mind your business. Don't speak unless it's something detrimental, but play the back seat and be easygoing and be very lax, because again, you don't want to ruin someone else's trip. You don't want to be the center of anybody else's trip, like the attention of it, whatever, like, you know what I'm saying? But you don't want to do that. So I am doing 75 hard. So I was like, let me get my steps in. Girl was walking nonstop in circles and circles and circles and circles and circles. And basically what's happening is that they're going back and forth. And like the fiancés contribute in these conversations too, like on the side, like, yo, why don't you guys like get a bigger rental? Like if they're hell bent on getting a rental, why don't you get a bigger rental? Why maid of honor 1 agrees to drive a 7-seater and refuses to drive a 8-seater? Am I bugging? First of all, I don't drive big cars. I like struggle with them. But to me, if I'm okay driving a 7-seater, what is the difference driving an 8-seater? Am I crazy? That's what she said. And everyone's just listening to it. Like, it's like, oh, okay, like it's fine. That's, in my opinion, you're being difficult. You won't budge. You won't do Ubers with us, even though the collective decision and the bride wants everybody to Uber. You refuse to join our Ubers. And now you're like, yeah, I could do a 7-seater, but I'm not going to do an 8-seater. So no matter how you slice it, you're trying to force us to get 2 rentals either way. And I think that's crazy. So those are the stupid conversations that are happening on the side, and I'm just like, I cannot be bothered. The trip hasn't even started, and this is how you're behaving. So it speaks volumes. Long story short, they decide to get the rental, and they're getting 1 rental for themselves. And so we regroup by the luggage, is kind of sorted. They take their luggage and they leave. So then I was like, okay, so what are we about to do? So the bride goes, all right, we're gonna go to lunch, and then we're gonna go to the Airbnb. And I was like, where did they go? She's like, oh, they left. They're gonna probably get something to eat, and then they're gonna go pick up my maid of honor 3 and bring her to the Airbnb. And I was like, well, what about all this luggage? There's 4 carry-ons here with 4 personal items, and we have all of us here. Like, were they not gonna take some of this stuff? They're running around with an empty car. Stay tuned for part 5, because what?
Maybe this makes me a bad person, but I don't care. I don't want my funeral to be a celebration of my life. I don't want people to be happy, drinking, having a good time. I'm gone. I want you bitches miserable. I want you crying and pissing on the floor, okay?
All right, while I'm here, let's just do part 5 of the most traumatic Bachelorette. So like I was just saying, so the maid of honor 1 and 2, they grab their stuff and they leave. And again, I'm just observing, watching. And so I asked the bride, like, okay, what's the plan? What do you want to do? She's like, let's get lunch and go to the Airbnb. And so I was like, oh, where are the other 2 girls? Oh, they're gonna go eat something, and they're gonna pick up my sister and bring her to the Airbnb. And to me, I understand that they made a decision to get a rental, and we made a decision to Uber. But I don't know, like, I personally feel like as a group, as friends, as the best interest of the bride, you don't do what you just did. I feel like you have an empty vehicle. I feel like you want to get the rentals to go from A, B, C, D, whatever places that we're going, and you don't want to pay that extra expense in your brain that you've calculated, and that doesn't take away from the trip, the team collaborative effort. I feel like the right thing to do is say, hey, like, we could take some of your luggage, like, you know, so you don't have to get an Uber XL. Maybe you could just get an Uber X, because there is 4 of us. There's the bride, me, the sister, and the coworker. There's just 4 of us. We could have easily gotten an Uber X, and we could have put whatever luggage fit in the trunk, and we would have put whatever personal items that we need to put on our lap. We would have done that. Like, at least take the bride stuff, but you just didn't say nothing to nobody. You just got your stuff and you breezed. I think that's wrong. I really am very interested in seeing what TikTok thinks. I really want to know. I really want to know what you guys think. I don't see anything wrong with me feeling like that, but hopefully you guys can shine some light. So anyways, I was like, okay, well, that's kind of weird. I guess we would get an Uber XL, and we will take this luggage to lunch that I also don't think is appropriate, unless the lunch people allow it. So I told the bride, I was like, I understand you want to go to lunch, but you have to understand not everybody allows you to ride deep with this much luggage. Some people would say, no. So the Airbnb is literally a minute drive away from this lunch spot. It's on top of some hill, whatever. So basically she calls the restaurant, and they said, like, okay, no problem, like, you can bring the luggage. I was like, okay, good. So then that's how we were coordinating. I was like, either find out if we could bring the luggage, then we go there with the luggage, or maybe we could ask the Airbnb, like, hey, can we come a little bit earlier? We drop off our stuff and we go to the lunch. Airbnb person wasn't even responding, so we went to the lunch spot, we ate, everything was fine. At some point, Maid of Honor 1 and 2 contacted the bride and said, hey, we just scooped your sister, we're heading to the Airbnb. Again, you have a vehicle and you are heading to the Airbnb. You must pass us to get to the Airbnb. We are on top of a hill. We have all this luggage. No Uber in this world is gonna come there to take us 1 minute, because we are in a place where it's hard to get Ubers. And so, again, I feel like your response or your text, your communication to the bride should have been, hey, we're heading to the Airbnb. If you guys are done eating, let us know. Maybe we could grab some of you guys and blah, blah, blah. Something, anything. But that wasn't done. So we are done with lunch, and now we are walking. It is dumb high. It's Puerto Rico in May. We are walking up this hill, and the coworker that's crazy, that I didn't know that's this crazy, she has taken the initiative to lead us. And again, I'm playing backseat. I could be very type A, but I'm playing backseat. Lugging my luggage around. I have my personal item with me. It's hot, baking, whatever. We're walking up this hill. The bride is also walking up this hill. We're getting our little exercise on, some quad action, glute quad action. And that girl's leading us to nowhere. She's lost. So basically, let's just say this is the restaurant. Let me see. This is the restaurant. We're on top of a hill. Remember that. We are walking this way. There's like a little split. You either could go, and mind you, this is a steep incline. You could either go up this way or you go up this way, and that's even crazier. And so she's leading us this way, and we're walking, but it doesn't seem right. And we walk, and we're like, something's off. And we see these dogs and everything, and I'm like, what the F? So long story short, I'm like, can you hit these people up? Because if they figured it out, like, what's up? So she basically hits them up, and I think her Maid of Honor 3, which is her sister, says that, okay, she's coming. So basically, the sister must have asked the Maid of Honor 1 and 2, like, hey, like, my sister's, like, struggling to get here, blah, blah, blah. She's at the bottom of the hill. I'm going to go scoop her. Shockingly, they gave her the key, and she came to our rescue, and she scooped us. The real way of getting there was, this is a restaurant, and when it splits like this, they're both steep inclines. This one's, like, even crazier. This was the right way of going. And there's a bigger hill on top of that, and that's where the Airbnb is. Obviously, drive is like a minute. Walking would take a while. So when I say while, like, I don't know, 10 minutes or something, I don't know, but with luggage it's a little difficult. So whatever, she comes, she scoops it. So 2 sisters, co-worker, bride, and me. There's 5 people in this vehicle. Oh, I don't think I mentioned it, but basically hold on 1 second. It is raining. Oh my god, it is raining. Yo, these raindrops are big too. I forgot to mention, when we were at the airport, Maid of Honor 1 and 2 must have told the bride, like, oh, like, things are not going to fit in the car. Or unless she said it by herself. I don't know. But my main thing is you're supposed to make it work. You're supposed to try. You're supposed to offer. You're supposed to do those things. You're supposed to be selfless, not selfish. Finishing this story time, you go to saying that, like, yo, where's part this, where's part that? I got you. Even in the rain, I got you. Anyways, so whatever, we made it work. We're struggling to fit, but we made it work. That's what you do on a trip. You make it work. So we somehow adjusted and we figured it out and we got into the car. So she takes us up the hill and the place is beautiful. The view is amazing. We get inside the Airbnb. Something that the bride had said was that she basically wanted to assign the rooms. At first she had like a specific order that she wanted, but then she later determined that she wanted a room for herself, and then she wanted her sisters in one room, and then there was all the rest of us that we'd have to figure it out. To give you a lay of the land, there are 2 rooms with 1 king size bed, I think it is, or queen size, whatever it is, it's big bed in both of those rooms. Then the next room has 4 bunk beds. 4 bunk beds meaning like 2 bunk beds, but like 4 beds. And then there's 2 more beds. One is like randomly next to a kitchen, and it's like a race car kind of bed. And then there's another bed near the stairs. Like, this stuff is in the open. There's no like door for those last 2 rooms. So obviously the bride should get the best room. My opinion is that the sisters should get the second best room. That's my opinion. And I feel like then obviously her Maid of Honor 1 and 2 should get choice too. But it wasn't like that. So Maid of Honor 1 and 2 got there before us. They went and chose their own room. No communication, no nothing. They just went and they chose their room, closed the door, and that's just theirs. Bride had her room. Her Maid of Honor 3 was setting up her room when we got there. And then so I went and I cleaned the bottom bunk in the next room, and the rest of the girls cleaned their beds too. And so when we got there, we looked at the place. Everything looked cute, whatever. But again, we are in a batch. We have an itinerary we're supposed to follow. And in that itinerary, a lot of things were supposed to happen. For one, in the itinerary, it says from the airport to the Airbnb, in between, groceries were supposed to get bought. And I'm not sure if I said it in the other parts, but I think I did say, like, they meaning the Maid of Honors, all the Maid of Honors had decided, and the bride was in agreement of making breakfast and stuff like that every day. So groceries needed to be bought, and it was in the itinerary. It wasn't done yet. I don't know why. I'm just here, right? And also, it's a batch. The bride's room needs to be decorated. It's just common sense. Why is it that Maid of Honor 3 is decorating that room all by herself right now? Tell me, why is that even occurring? So me, the coworker, and the sister go into the room, and it's like, yo, what's going on? Like, let's help. What can we do? Because she bought all the decorations, remember? So, like, we're helping, and then something comes up in the conversation. It's like, did Maid of Honor 1 and 2 help you? Not really. They came in here, they blew up like 10 balloons, popped the E of the bride balloons, and didn't do anything about it, and just was like, oh, that should be enough. Who are you to say that should be enough? If her sister, the Maid of Honor 3, bought all this stuff and she spent bread on this, and this is what her vision is, your job is to help, and we're supposed to all help and figure it out together. But no, they blew up that many balloons, bounced, and never came back into the room, and they never helped. So we finished setting up that room, and that took hours. We are full functioning adults, and when I say it was so hard, it took forever. I ran out of time. Stay tuned for the next part.
You know how some people will use the expression, oh my god, it sounds like my neighbor is tap dancing, to explain that their neighbor is loud as shit? Well, sometimes it's not an expression.
Good morning. Welcome to the Most Traumatic Bachelorette Part 6. Sorry for the delay. I'm a busy girl. And I know my eyelashes are holding on by a thread. Don't even say nothing or think anything. So, little recap. I believe we had made it to the Airbnb, and we were in the bride's room trying to decorate it without the help of Maid of Honor 1 and 2. Like I mentioned, according to the itinerary, we were supposed to get groceries prior to arriving to the Airbnb. that never happened. So like I said, we all got together at the Airbnb. We're all decorating the room without the help of them. And so now everybody in the room is kind of discussing how they feel about the situation. And it's not just a me thing. I was thinking all these things of like, what the heck is wrong with these girls? No, everybody in the room felt some type of way, but no one was saying anything. So now that we're all together, we're like realizing that like, no, we're all on the same page. Like something's not right. Like, what's up with these girls? They're so selfish. They're all just thinking about themselves. They're not really doing things together. And it's just really weird. So, what was supposed to happen was that we are doing takeout for dinner this particular night. And so things that have not been done yet is get the groceries, get the alcohol, and get the takeout. And tonight's theme is teenies and bikinis. So it's already late. Like, it's 9 o'clock at night. Dinner has not been ordered yet by anybody. The supermarket situation came up around this time to go. So Maid of Honor 2 came into the room, was like, oh, we're gonna head to the supermarket. So then I think the 2 sisters were like, okay, we're gonna come. And that was like pre-discussed amongst the girls, that if you guys go, just make sure that you like hold it down and get A, B, C, and D, because there's a lot of things that needed to got. For example, doing all the decorations, we realized that we needed more tape, because we didn't have them when we ran out. And then we needed this professional something for Maid of Honor 3's camera. She realized on her way to the airport to come to Puerto Rico that she forgot it right on her wall. So I think a charger or something. So I had told her, don't worry, where we're staying, you know, there's Walmart nearby, 15 minutes away. So maybe, you know, you guys could get everything in one shot. And she go, oh, perfect. So that was that. And then the Maid of Honor 3 mentioned that the bride loves tres leches cake. So I've never been to Walmart in Puerto Rico. Maybe they have it. Maybe they don't. I don't know. But I do know that it's a central location to get the groceries, to get anything electronic, and to get miscellaneous things that we need for the house for everybody. So Maid of Honor 2 comes, and Maid of Honor 3 and the bridesmaid, that's the sister, went into the car and they left. Maid of Honor drove them to a random supermarket that was nearby. And when they got out of the car, I believe they got out, and from my knowledge, from what Maid of Honor 3 and the bridesmaid, that's the sister, shared, was that they got into the supermarket, they grabbed only what they wanted to grab for themselves, and they went and they sat in the car. Even the water, they got things just for themselves, and they went and sat in the vehicle, while the 24-year-old Maid of Honor and the bridesmaid, who's 28, girls who barely have ever traveled in life or have not traveled at all, are in there gathering things for the entire duration of the trip for everybody. It's not a tit for tat. It's not a penny pinching scenario. It's none of the above. It is actually very impressive, because people that are my age, people that have traveled, people are weird, and you're gonna see it. Those of you who have not traveled yet and will, keep your eyes peeled, because weird things will happen and you don't even understand. Like, you'll be so surprised. But anyways, these little, in my opinion, young girls, it was just impressive to see. They were hitting us up saying, hey, does anybody need anything? What do you guys need? Oh, can you grab this? Can you grab that? They got water, like a case of water for everybody. They got beef that they were needed for whatever they were going to make later for everybody, because it's a trip for everybody. And it's a bachelorette. That's like a common thing. It's a bachelorette. Why do you have to keep saying the same freaking thing? It's a bachelorette. Like, it's a bachelorette. I don't understand why you have to keep emphasizing that. But they did their thing, man. I'm not going to lie to you. They got bug spray. They got people, feminine products. Those of us who had gotten our friend or whatever. Like, they thought around everything, from the food to the water to the essentials that you need throughout the trip, because we're going to go to the rainforest. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. Like, they thought about everything. Toilet paper, even one of them got. Baby wipes, even one of them got. And I'm like, wow, like, you guys are good. But anyways, they mentioned to Maid of Honor 1, do you mind going to Walmart, because we need to get a tres leches cake for the bride, and we got to get a battery so we could take the professional photos for the trip. They've told her no. They said that it's doing too much, basically. It's late, and that they don't want to go, and they actually proposed them to take an Uber. I don't know how you guys feel about that, but I got a problem with that. I think that rental drama to the side, and I bought this and you, all that to the side because that's weird and that's annoying. If the bride is supposed to be your sister, the bride is supposed to be your friend from the age of 4, that means you guys go back, way back, and it should mean something. This relationship should be real deep, and it should be her sisters are basically your sisters, and you should have an obligation to hold them down, to take care of them. You've been to Puerto Rico how many times? You're Spanish speaking. It's 10-something at night. And you're telling me that you have the balls to tell the bride's sister who's 24 that doesn't know a lick of Spanish to figure it out and go take an Uber while she's in your car and you're already there and Walmart is 15 minutes away? She's not asking you for a favor for herself. She's asking you to take her to Walmart so that you guys can get stuff for the bride, for the bachelorette, to help decorate the room and get her things for the trip, for the surprise, X, Y, and Z. I don't know, man. That is crazy to me. Anyways, finally, the sister who's a bridesmaid hits up the bride and says, what's wrong with your friend? Like, we asked her to take us to Walmart. We need to get a couple things for you. We can't tell you what it is. Like, I don't understand how she's sitting here telling us to take an Uber and not taking us there. Like, this is crazy. And I'm happy that she actually said something because for a long time, everybody was just mute. And now we're realizing that everybody feels some type of way, but no one was saying anything until we all got together because nobody wants to be a problem. People want to just be easygoing and just let it be smooth. But guess what? It's impossible for that to happen because maid of honors 1 and 2 who are supposed to lead this trip are bugging. They're weird. So bride is finally upset, which I'm like, dang, it's about time. Like, what's up with you? But whatever, bride is very upset now, and she just can't wrap her mind around it. So bride tells the sister to tell the maid of honors 1 and 2 that the bride is saying take them to Walmart because X, Y, and Z. They did not take them to Walmart. Let's be clear, and let's just say what it is. They never took her to Walmart, both of them. They never took her to Walmart, and she was just, the bride was just really upset that she's like, okay, well, if we need to go to Walmart, then come home and then I'll get into the Uber and we'll go to Walmart and whatever. And I'm just like, no, that's crazy. But anyways, in the meantime, the background stuff that's supposed to be happening that I guess people had agreed on beforehand that I didn't know about is that the coworker had volunteered or she was assigned to take care of the food for dinner tonight. And tonight we were supposed to do takeout from a particular restaurant. And so she was supposed to place the order. But when all this started happening, the bride told her, you're not putting that order in. Absolutely not until we figure out what's going on with this situation. And I'm in my head like, yo, this is crazy. Because, again, we're in the middle of nowhere. Things close in the middle of the week. I don't even remember what day it was. But it's the middle of the week. And, yeah. So another thing was alcohol. Personally, I'm sober. I don't drink, but it's a bachelorette and everybody else does drink. So there's a liquor store literally a minute drive away. It's at the bottom of the hill where we're staying. These girls left to go get their groceries and then they refused to take them to Walmart. They told them to take an Uber. And when it came to the alcohol, it was just like, can you pick up the alcohol on your way up? Like, it's on your way. You have the car. You have the car. So I don't know why it has to be I have the vehicle and I do things for myself. No, everybody else who doesn't have a car are doing things for the bride and for the group. Whereas you're just selfish and you just keep doing things for yourself. It's just weird. So I don't know. It's like a back and forth about this alcohol situation. Shockingly, they ended up getting the alcohol, but it was a lot of trials and tribulations to get that because they were even like allowing the coworker to think about Ubering the alcohol. I'm just like, yo, you guys are bugging. Like, you're literally doing too much. They need to get the alcohol and they need to get the groceries and they need to get all that crap and hurry up and come back home because there is a theme to execute. Teenies and bikinis. And before Maid of Honor 2 left, she had said something along the lines like, I mean, we don't have to like really like do all that. We could just get into the water for a swim after we eat. And that's like, you know, we don't have to do anything really. We could just do that and then go to sleep. No, the theme is established and this theme is going to get executed the way it's supposed to. It's late, but that's your guys' problem. Figure it out. We're going to do X, Y, and Z, and that's just what it's going to be. The Maid of Honor 3 literally even got like cute napkins that has like martinis all over them. And then thankfully when the alcohol came, coworker ended up saying that she'll make the drinks for everybody. But I'm running out of time, so I have to go to work anyways. But I'll do part 7 afterwards. I'm sorry.